Okay, let's call this meeting to order and we'll start with the pledge of allegiance to the flag. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, good morning, everybody. Public comment period. Any member of the public may address the board on matters which are within the jurisdiction of the board. If you're addressing the board regarding a matter listed on the agenda, you are requested to limit your comments to 3 minutes per member or 5 minutes per group. Public comment time is not for questions and answers. It is your time to express your views. To ensure there is adequate public comment time, please provide your name and address prior to the meeting by contacting the board assistant at 970-878-9575. If any member of the public would like to comment at this time, please state your name and address for the record. Any public comment?
No, we'll call in. Thank you.
Okay, first of all, I want to make a comment. There was something in the paper that referencing veterans. Rio Blanco County is deeply committed to supporting our veterans. We not only recognize the sacrifices made by our servicemen and women, but we also deeply respect and appreciate them. We are dedicated to ensuring they receive the care and benefits they deserve. Our Veterans Service Office provides comprehensive advisory, referral, and processing services to assist veterans, widows, and dependents with their benefits and rights. We stand united in our gratitude and unwavering support for those who have served our nation. Joe Dungan is the Veteran Service Officer for Rio Blanco County. If you are a veteran needing help, please give Joe a call or stop by and see him. His office is located on the first floor of the courthouse, and Joe travels to Rangeley to assist the veterans. I just wanted the public to know that we do support veterans in every way. We appreciate what they've done for us. Okay?
She opened the door. I don't know if she needed to.
Having a little technical stuff this morning.
Okay, we're good.
Okay. Okay, this is a tentative agenda which includes all information available as of December 6, 2024. The final tentative agenda will be posted at the Rio Blanco County Courthouse, 555 Main Street, Meeker, Colorado, and the Rangeley Town Hall, 209 East Main Street. Is there any changes or
I'm not aware of any
Okay.
changes.
So I'll entertain a motion to.
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve the December 10th, 2024 agenda.
Second.
Any discussion? John, would you call the roll, please?
Overton.
Aye.
Harris. Aye. Gates.
Aye.
Okay, now we're going to present Ty with a plaque for his many years of service to the county. Let me find it. Good morning, everyone. Together we gather to celebrate the exceptional career and dedicated service of Ty Gates, who contributions have left an indelible mark on our community and beyond. Ty's journey in public service began in 2013 when he joined as a detention deputy for 2 years. He demonstrated unwavering dedication to safety and justice, setting a solid foundation for his future leadership roles. In 2015, Ty transitioned to the role of an emergency manager, a position held with distinction until 2020. For 5 years, he exemplified what is meant to lead with resilience and compassion during times of crisis. Under his stewardship, our emergency response systems were strengthened and countless lives were positively impacted. His remarkable leadership was recognized in 2018 when he was honored as the Northwest Regional Emergency Manager of the Year, an accolade that speaks volumes about Ty. And I should have said before I started this is probably Ty's last public meeting. He is leaving to go to
Alabama.
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 So we want to thank him for the service he's given Rio Blanco County.
Thank you, guys.
So my little part. We all have.
We're not done.
Oh,
Okay.
Yeah.
Hold on, it's not over. In 2020, I transitioned from emergency management to an elected office, serving as county commissioner for District 3 after a successful election. His passion for public service and ability to inspire trust among colleagues and constituents alike quickly became apparent. From 2022 to 2023, he took on the role of BOCC chairman, steering our board with vision, wisdom, and collaboration during a pivotal time for our county. Beyond his impressive accomplishments, Ty is known, and this is going to make me cry, and cherished by employees for his personality, kindness, and unwavering willingness to help. He has a unique ability to connect with people on a personal level, making everyone feel heard, valued, and supported. These qualities have made Ty not just a leader, but a friend to so many. Now in 2024, as Ty concludes this chapter of his public service, we reflect on a legacy of steadfast dedication and profound impact. Ty, your work has made our community stronger, safer, and more united.
Thank you.
Of course, no celebration of Ty Gates would be complete without mentioning one of his most endearing qualities, his knack for always having Twinkies on hand for me. Ty, your thoughtfulness and humor have enriched our team and made every meeting a little sweeter, literally and figuratively. Ty, on behalf of everyone here, thank you for your service, your leadership, and your unwavering commitment to our community. We wish you all the best in the next chapter of your journey with your family. Your legacy will live on, and you will always have a special place in all of our hearts. Let's all give a round of applause for Ty Gates. Thank you.
Okay, let's get a picture, Mama.
Oh, boy.
Let's do the,
Yes, I am getting up.
Come on, Jiffy. Come on, Scooter.
You can try this. You can think.
Okay.
must be the season for seasonal allergy.
And that's it. Got something in my eye.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, you gotta have your hand there. I'll hold on to it.
Cheese.
Cheese.
More time. Cheese.
Thank you all. I appreciate it. It's been a fun journey.
Yeah.
Thanks, Ty.
Yep.
All you've done for
Thank you, guys.
You're welcome. Hey, thanks for not bringing the grocery turkey to the party this year.
I should have kept your job description and did what I was gonna do. Yeah. You're welcome. Yeah.
Okay. We're going to entertain a motion for the consent agenda.
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve the below listed items of the consent agenda.
I'll second that.
Any discussion? John, would you please call the roll?
Gates.
Aye.
Overton.
Aye.
Okay.
Aye.
Okay, let's get right on into business here. Business A, presentation by Tammy Doris for Rio Blanco County BOCES swap regarding Rio Blanco County's employees that helped make the career pathway a success.
On up.
So, I think many of you know me, but maybe not everybody. So my name is Tammy Doris. I'm the School to Work Alliance Program or SWAP Coordinator for Rio Blanco BOCES. I've done it for like 25 years. And basically what I do is I work with 15 to 24-year-olds with any form of disability, helping them transition from school to work. I'm one of the only school employees that actually gets to follow kids after they graduate high school to go to tech schools, trade schools, or on-the-job training just out to work. I have roughly 25 young adults on my caseload in both Rangeley and Meeker and the west end of Moffett County, since those kids go to Rangeley schools. And I wanted to do a career pathway summit for a while. I finally had some buy-in from the schools because I can't really do a pathway summit for 25 kids. So I really needed all the kids to come. And when we have a new principal in Rangeley, and then Katie Johnson from your middle school said we would more than happy to bring. So then I started going for content experts. I'm a vocational counselor, but I am not a career content expert. So when I started approaching the hospital in Rangeley and then the county, I talked to Sheriff Mazzola, I talked to Laura Smith, I talked to Carmen McKay, and then it just kind of spread. And on November 6th, I want to say I had 12 or 13 of your guys as employees. Jennifer came for public service, and there was 60 career content experts with 40 different career pathways represented in the Colorado room. For you guys that were there, it was packed. All of Rangeley High School came. There was a glitch. Your guys' juniors wound up not coming, but your 8th graders came. All of Rangeley 7th and 8th graders came. So throughout the day, we had almost 350 students going through. CNCC was a big community partner. They gave me the room for free. They had all of their programs represented. I could not have put on something like this without help from the community. I had a lot of private sector, but having the hospital, the town of Rangeley, and Rio Blanco County there, that was huge. The kids got to ask questions. They got to walk around. We've now come back. I'm working with your guys' 8th graders here in January and February to broaden their horizons on some of the careers that they talked about, whether it was road and bridge, whether it was county coroner. I had Sarah Poland from DHS and the senior nutrition, and I can't remember what his name was. And and so I have a student who now has decided that he wants to get into CDL. I'm not sure who he talked to from the county, and it's going to fit this kid perfectly. He's a hands-on, he's a mover and a shaker. He's wow, kids, and he's 17 years old. We're tying into that end, and Jennifer and I worked together in the past, and so she kind of knows what I do. And some of those kids that are 17, 18, and we're getting a little nervous, we now have direction. And we actually have a meeting tomorrow night to kind of come up with a game plan. So I could not have done it without your support, with your employees coming. That's a lot for them to ask. Most of them drove from this end of the county over there. It was the first snowstorm of the year. But just knowing that you guys support your employees for the youth of our community, and not just Rangeley, not just Meeker, but the whole county. And again, it's even the west end of Moffett, because all of those students, I think there's 60 of them that come into the Rangeley schools. To be able to do something like that, give your time and give that. I can't do my job if I don't have career experts that can talk. Like I said, I'm a career counselor, but I'm not a career expert on anything except for my job. So I really need that. And for you guys to not only come, but support it. And hopefully we have some more conversations. And I think it's going to be an every other year thing. I can't do this every year. But so I just wanted to bring that. Let's try the kit. I don't know who I give it to. I'll give it to you. I'll give it to them. Because realistically, if I wouldn't have had the 60 career content experts there, the day would not have been a success. And there's been a lot of conversations going on. I know Katie Johnson, when I went to the board meeting, she had 2 of her parents come that said that was the first time the 8th graders actually went home and said, college might not be a bad thing, talking about careers. If we can start those conversations, and I'm a firm believer that they need to start in preschool, when we put kids in school is to transition out. If we don't start those conversations early, then we're kind of behind the 8 ball. They need to know what's there, and they need to know what's in our communities, because we need these kids to go out, get some education, come back, or stay. If everybody just keeps leaving, we won't have a community. So they need to see all the different opportunities here. And you guys represented very well with all the different opportunities, to be a county employee. So couldn't have done it without you all. So that's why I just wanted to come.
Thank you. And thank you for what you do.
It was amazing what you did and how you created. It's almost like you did a curriculum for these kids that came to the different tables.
Yep.
And she had them ask, I mean, they had to interact with us and ask us questions. And then they had prizes at the end, but it truly forced these kids to ask us content questions about, what we were representing. And I know for me, and I sat with the hospital person, is we were sending them to because we were asking them like, well, what are you interested in? Oh, you might want to go over there and go talk to these people. And it was the most amazing experience. And I just want to thank you for allowing me to be part of it. I miss the kids so much. To see my kids that I started teaching when they were in 6th grade and now they're seniors, it was amazing to see how much they've grown over the years and really having that conversation again with them, because now I'm not part of it anymore. But Tammy and I have worked together on and off for years. So thank you. I
And the
appreciate it.
skills, it was a curriculum based, because a lot of times they might not know exactly what they want to do, but they might know the skills that they have or that are value to them. So those were some of the questions. So they might not necessarily want to get into public service and be an elected official, but maybe they have public speaking skills. So then they could, and they had a little form they had to fill out. And then that's how I'm coming back to work with the 8th graders at around middle school, is now that they fill those out, now we're going to research some careers and get those conversations started. Because you can't start junior and senior year. You just can't. You have to expose them. And it's not a bad thing to expose them on what's right here in our community.
Mm-hmm.
We don't have every job, obviously, but they might find something that they want to come back and do. So.
You had 350?
Yeah, so I had 156 Rangeley High School students. I had 68 7th and 8th graders, then 65 8th graders from around middle school come. And then some of my clients, because I can work with them up to the age of 24, they came too. So I had about 15 or 16 that were above it. And then there was probably 20 college kids that were first semester freshmen, because they were my community partner and they had some kids who were there undeclared. So they asked if they could come and walk around, and like, you guys, it's right here on campus. So some of their college kids even came and walked around because they're there as undeclared, and some of them are there to play sports and stuff. So
For the size of our community, that was a huge success.
it was, and then like I said, to have 60, and not only did I have career contents from Rio Blanco County, but I had the State Patrol from Craig came. I had the electrical union from Grand Junction came. I had military from Junction. I had the Civil Air Patrol from Vernal. A lot of people don't even realize we have a Civil Air Patrol that takes in Rio Blanco County kids as early as the age of 12 that can be part of their squadron. So I had outliers. I had some that had canceled because of snow, and I had a couple that had canceled because of some family emergencies. So if everybody would come, we would have had even more, but we're going to do it 3 weeks earlier to help the weather. We're going to start it at 9 o'clock since we did have so many people travel. Instead of 8:30, we're going to start at 9. So, and it's going to be every other year. The college is totally bought into it. I don't know if you guys know Keith Peterson. He's,
Yeah.
She even had Governor Polis attend for the kids.
Oh,
He
wow.
came on,
Yeah.
I mean, he was on video, but he did, and he talked to the high schoolers, and
They got to ask some questions and stuff. The bad thing is when we picked this day back last spring, we joked that it's the day after election, but I forget we're kind of secluded here about what election means in the state of the world we're in right now. So my friend from the CBI, he couldn't come because he had to stay in pocket, and the FBI couldn't come because in case there was civil unrest, they all have to stay in pocket. That's another reason why we're doing it 3 weeks earlier. And that Governor Polis was on track to actually come. We had set up all the security and we'd done everything. But then as the middle of September, they had to decide to keep him in pocket too, because it was the day after the election, and because of when Biden pulled out and all of that. That's when they were like, we think we need him to stay in pocket, because he was actually going to come in person. We had all the security figured out. I'd give him all the schematics. That was a work in progress. But yeah, he actually did do a breakout session on careers in the state and what he did to get into public service. So
Thank you.
I've pulled in 25 years worth of favors. So if anybody has any questions about the SWAT program, I do have some of my brochures because I'm always looking for places for our kids to do job experience and stuff. So anybody. And I always take referrals. They do not have to be part of our school system because I do work with them up to the age of 24. I have kids who move into our community, young adults that have disabilities that can come. So like I said, I'm one of the only employees that can still work with kids once they graduate because my whole end game is career. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Tammy.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, so let's move on to consideration of a wildfire protection. That's yours.
Yeah. Mr. Chairman, I move to approve a cooperative wildfire protection agreement between Rio Blanco County Sheriff Anthony Mazzola and the State of Colorado Department of Public Safety, Division of Fire Prevention and Control, DFPC.
I know a little bit what that is.
I second.
Yeah. So this is an agreement, basically, when we talk about the EFF fund, emergency firefighting funds. Sorry, I use a ton of acronyms and I realize not
I don't
everybody
think there's
knows.
anything more acronym heavy than emergency management.
Yeah, so the EFF program, that is a fund set up by the governor to the state. We pay into it annually. It's a relatively cheap insurance program. If a wildfire outgrows the ability of the local control, local fire district, we have two different fire districts. If the fire district says we can't, fight this fire, it's outgrown our capabilities, then they will meet with Anthony, pass that up to him, which becomes a county-owned fire at that point. If, depending on the nature of the fire, if it is firefighting apparatus. So at that point, it would be DFPC, one of the battalion chiefs would come down, do an EFF evaluation. It's a 2-page form, a checklist. If it meets the criteria, then the fire will become EFF, which, long story short, the state will take over all costs at that point. It gets a little, I'm not, I mean, is that good enough? There's a bunch of other.
It's one that we've been doing for many years now, I think.
Since I can remember.
Yeah, we share the cost with the state, and this fund covers a lot of that cost.
This sets out a lot of the procedures and policies of how to go from a local fire to a county fire to a state control fire.
And then back.
And back
To
down
local.
as it gets under control.
Any other discussion? Don, would you please call the roll?
Overton.
Aye.
Bates.
I,
O'Hare. Aye.
I don't think I need to abstain.
So let's move on to C. This is a consideration of a training contract with Carmen McKay. And are all of these, they're all the same contract? Is that, Okay.
So I think you can handle her all together.
right?
Is my envision that we would talk about the form itself and when it has applied and that rather than specifically to each one of those conditions.
Good. And just to make this go a little faster, Jennifer's got some concerns and I'm going to listen to hers and not double up.
You want to listen to all of them?
Yes.
Holy Hannah banana. Okay. So, and there, I guess there are more questions for me. Because the way that I'm reading this is, so this is, it's titled Tuition Assistance Agreement for Outside Training or Education. And so are we talking training overall as far as, I think back when I was a child welfare worker and I had to go through the academy in order to get my certification to be a child welfare worker, to be certified. And the county covers that regardless. I mean, that's part of what the county takes on.
This is an envision to be part of that. So those type
Okay.
of trainings that we do and the same with a lot of Scott's training with Road and Bridge, where his employees have to be recertified in certain things every year. That doesn't do this. This is more of a tuition assistance or other training opportunities that wouldn't necessarily be a direct part of the job, the day-to-day job
Gotcha.
of the individual. So if we will Carmen's a good example. She's on waiver right now. She's got to get a certain amount of education to maintain her director point. Yes, and so they're tightening down on what those waivers, making sure that we have, a pathway for our people who are on waivers to go ahead and get their degrees in a timely manner. And so this is more for that type of stuff. And then, an employee may come in and say, hey, I found this specific training. That's not something we would normally do that I would like to go. This is going to cost some money. And then in that one, we could make the determination of whether it falls into regular training that we would normally just send them to, or if it falls into something more for the employee's growth and benefit that we would require them to either stay a certain amount of time or reimburse the county for that.
Okay. So maybe just changing the wording a little bit is kind of what I was thinking. And I can certainly pass on my notes to you guys too. So another question that I have is, so in the third paragraph down, it talks about the 1 year calendar year from the completion date of the training and or education. What if it's going to go beyond that year? I feel like we need to address that in somewhere. I mean, I think it's kind of addressed later on.
And that was one of the things I was going to ask direction from you guys on is how do you want to address that in more of a comprehensive fashion?
Sure.
This is I took the previous county training agreement and then tried to modernize it for the new laws and things like that.
Gotcha.
And so there's a lot of things in here that I had for a reason, and there's other things that are just really discretionary on behalf of what the BOCC wants to do as far as employee training. You can make it as broader and limited as you want.
Yeah.
As long as we, operate it in a fairly neutral fashion, the employees and then make the decisions based on whether it benefits the county and how it benefits the county and what benefits the employee.
Okay. I know that right here it says maximum tuition to an employee per year is $5,250, because beyond that it talks about being taxable income.
Right.
And so I also, in my opinion, and I don't know where you two are at with this, but I think we need to have a max lifetime too. I don't think we every year have this. I mean, because that could deplete somebody's budget. This comes out of your department's budget. So you have to budget around this for people. We're not budgeting for it. It comes out of your department. It talks about that in this contract. So I think that we need to have that conversation of a lifetime maximum amount. I don't know what that looks like, but I just think I know that in Mesa County, they had a max amount lifetime one.
And the reason for the amount at $5,200, $5,250, is that is the maximum we can contribute without having tax implications. Now, we could contribute more with the tax implications if we wanted to. Most of the training contracts I found, this was when they're tasked doing something like this, I look for other people who've done it before and try to see if they have, so we're not necessarily required of that, but that's typically what most of the employers that I found max annual contribution are.
And that makes sense. The other down in eligibility for full-time and or part-time employees. If we're considering the part-time employees, do they also get the same amount as the full-time employees is the question that I have. Or is that a different amount? I mean,
and that's up to you guys again. I've got, the way it's written in here is it's prorated. So if you got a part-time employee, they won't get as much as the full-time employee. It'll be prorated for the job.
And I think that needs to be written in here somewhere for them so that the part-time employee understands that.
Laura, did they answer what you're going to point out? You're going to mention something.
Oh,
it was just on the 1 year is based off of a dollar amount, and then we'd go 2 years for another higher dollar amount, up to maybe 2.5 years or 3 years for different dollar amounts for the reimbursement schedule. When you were asking that question about
So-
the 1 year training contract, that was from $500 to $999. And then we increase the reimbursement schedule also.
Okay. I'll have to process that because, yeah, I didn't catch that when I read through this last night, but then again, I probably need to read through it again, but I'm glad you pointed that out. I'll need to process that.
And if you go down the bottom, and one of our questions is, in that reimbursement schedule, what do we want to do if we give them more? Because I think the policy that we have, the the 2 year reimbursement schedule was the max that we go, but the amounts were less. And so I put in the idea, not that the finished product, that if it goes to a higher amount, then the reimbursement's going to be for a longer period of time, or the amount of time that the employee has to stay with the county has to be for a longer period of time. So between 500, 999, and this is just suggestions. This is,
Sure.
but this goes for, so if you're doing a training that's under $1,000, you agree that you're going to stay for another year or be reimbursed in a year or paid reimbursement based on that if you decide to leave. 999 or whatever amount we decide to go with that amount, then that's a 2 year contract or 2 year reimbursement. And then I thought greater than whatever amount we chose, up to the maximum of the 52.5 would be probably a 3 year reimbursement with a reimbursement schedule.
When you say reimbursement, that means that if somebody if somebody does $1,500 worth of training, then according to this schedule, if they leave before, say they leave in 15 months, they are required to pay 50% of
Yeah,
that back.
half of it back.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that's, I just want to make sure that
No,
that's
yeah,
clear.
that's what the intent was. So if you stay 24 months after you get that
Right,
training,
then it goes to zero. It's
then you earn the reimbursement
Right.
through continued work.
the county has gained from that as well as the employee, and we're willing to share that.
All of it.
Yeah.
Watching
No, I like that where you got that done.
Is this the same contract that would be used to send deputies to like posts?
Well, it's a little different than the post one because post is usually one it takes more training for post than the cost for post trained officers usually higher. And the most of the ones that I've seen and drafted a few so have been designed more around the law enforcement experience. It usually is 2 year reimbursement. And then based on the difficulty it is in getting new law enforcement qualified persons in the rural areas. So typically those are on a 2 year reimbursement, and then those go up to, $20,000 and sometimes even salary on top of that, just because that's what we need to do. With those people.
That's a separate
Yeah,
agreement. and
that's a
that's
separate agreement. And then that's another elected official that's dealing with that.
Yep. Okay. Because I know the sheriff budgets for that,
Yeah.
if he is gonna send somebody.
Yeah, this is not tying the sheriff.
Okay.
It's,
Because the dollar amounts and the time period.
yeah. And that's in the
So,
requirements, because they can't even go on patrol and carry a weapon without going through the full certification.
And so the employee has to get with the department head to budget for that in the coming year to take advantage of this. And the department head then will go to the budget director or the administrator to get approval on up the chain.
You're right.
Okay.
Yeah, so the first thing, if I want to, as an employee, I wanted to go to take a class or a course or something. I would go to my director, my department head, that would like to do this. I think it would benefit this the county or the department based on these factors. And then the department head or the director would make the decision, okay, this is what we can budget behind it, what we have, then bring it up to the administration and then the POCC the way.
Which kind of brings me to my next question of, you talk about special circumstances for attending a class during business working hours. That, that's at the discretion of the director. But I would like to see that as part of their policy within that department of identifying what are those special circumstances, because it's pretty broad. So I think each department head knows what they need within their department. So maybe just making sure that that's within their policy somewhere. Yeah.
Yeah, and the theory behind this is, Grafton was that you may have a course that needs to be done during sometime during work, make it up somehow or work with your department itself. And how do you deal with that?
Yeah. I know that we had a lady going through her master's while she was working, but she had to take vacation time. That was just part of the policy in Mesa counties, that they had to take vacation time in order to take them during their working hours. And so I'm just throwing that out there as an idea. I don't know what other department heads are thinking. And then we need to talk about how long an employee needs to be an employee before they can access this because it's a benefit to them, accessing it. So I think that that's something else. I don't know. I think 1 year, but that's just my opinion. That they need to have worked for the county and doing their service for at least a year. I don't know where you two are at with that.
Good with that.
Could it align with like when they start receiving their benefits? Isn't that, or not their benefits, but their
Eligible for.
yeah,
401 and
yeah, the retirement.
This is, 1 year if they've been employed 20 hours or more regularly.
So could we just
align
to
with
that.
that.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
And then that's all I have on the first page. The second one, we already addressed that. So the third page, it goes into talking about on the repayment obligation section. It goes into talking about how we reimburse. And then I got confused because my understanding in reading the contract pre this section was that we weren't going to reimburse until they received their grade, and then they had 60 days to get that information to HR, and then HR makes that determination if they met that qualification level. But then in this section, it goes on to talk about that they, unless I misread it, that they might have to repay and they've already received the reimbursement, or was that talking about that schedule of years, the months of service? Okay, that makes sense then now. Let's see, most of it's just wording for me. The other one that I think we need to talk about is, so under section B, training contract forms, are we opening it up to be on tuition and/or fees? Are we talking about, because they have in here books, transportation, lodging, and meals. Do we want to open it up that broad, or do we leave that to the discretion of the directors, the department heads? That's just a question that I had. Do we just keep it simple to fees and tuition, or do we broaden it, or do we leave it up to them? That's just a question that I had.
And that was one of the things that Laura and I talked about, that we'd like direction as well.
Oh, okay. So where are you guys at with that?
I don't think that lodging and meals should be on there.
Transportation.
Yes, and transportation. I think that tuition fees and books is probably, if, you know, that is,
That's gonna eat up a lot of
yeah,
that,
and I think
5250.
transportation, lodging and meals, they have to live anyway, so this is,
Just inner thought on that. I mean, because this is knowledge that that person's gonna be able to take with them. So to me, the effort that they have to put in to get that knowledge, I mean, it seems like there should be some skin in the game. So you're paying for the courses, but how they get there and how they stay, how they utilize their time there, to me, that seems like there's that part of their commitment process also.
Mhm. I would agree.
good.
Then the other question that I have, one of my last ones, is on, like, let's say that they leave before that time period, whatever that time period is, that we're saying that they have to remain employed, like we help to get them there, which I am totally for. I think we do need to help our employees, expand their knowledge. It only makes them more knowledgeable to do their job. So, but, and this is a question to you is if they leave before that 3-5 years, whatever we decide it's going to be, could we just take it out of their last check if whatever the remaining, if like, let's say that they stayed up until they only owe 20% of that reimbursement that they received. Can we take it out of their last check?
That depends on whether it reduces their last check below minimum wage. Is that correct?
So we could withhold, potentially some out of the last paycheck. We cannot drop them below minimum wage under the Fair Labor Standards.
Okay.
So if it was a great deal of money, we could say it's due and payable, but we could ask them for a personal check to pay it back to us.
Or
We can't necessarily take it out of their paycheck if it
Makes them below minimum wage. Okay. I knew there was something in there, but I just didn't remember what it was. I mean, because at the end of the day, we have to remember this is taxpayer dollars and it's their money. And so that's what we are.
In this contract, is this, will it stand up if we have to collect after they're gone?
it should stand up. It's like any other judgment. If the employee leaves with, other opportunities and they're able to either, and what I would suggest that we try to do most of the time is if the employee leaves and hopefully on good terms.
Yeah.
And leaves on good terms, that we would talk to them. It'd either be immediate, all of it due immediately, or we talked about them about a repayment schedule. If that's still, if the department head and BOCC feels that that's well, yes, I believe that it'd be a debt. It'd be the same as a loan at that point. And so we would be able to use those procedures to try to collect it, the same as we would of any other loan or any other debt to be counted by any person.
And I think we've had to do this. Granted, it was a different elected office, but that scenario played out, and then I can't remember. I know the county got their money back. I just don't remember if it was
I think the
installments.
new employer agreed to pay.
Oh,
pay
okay.
that back.
Yeah.
And then I had the same thing that happened at one of my other entities, that a police officer left after getting the training and went to another entity, and that entity agreed to pay the city back for that unpaid reimbursement portion, because they were going to receive the benefit of that.
So with that in mind, do you need to put something in here that if they do leave before that's done, that they would sign a contract to repay?
Well, what I would envision is the repayment contract, that when they finish their education and we know how much and how many years they owe, that they would sign a repayment contract at that time when everybody's still happy and friendly, and then it would just kick in. And so if they leave before their reimbursement, the terms of the repayment or the reimbursement contract would kick in. So either they pay their years, they go away, or they owe based on that contract.
And I'm okay with that, but I think you should move it up to the time when the funds are dispersed and
Yeah.
not when they
Yeah,
get
but
through.
dispersed. And some of it's gonna be ongoing, you know. For like a degree program or something like that.
Mhm.
And commissioners, there's fresh law on this, under Colorado. They're basically, the law was geared towards, your trade secrets, and you can't hold an employee hostage because you owe them, or they owe you money back. Private industry can only go up to 2 years for a repayment schedule. They do exempt, local governments, so we can go longer. And then there's no indication of what longer means. Or a case law, what longer means. Are we talking 2 years and 1 month, or 2 months, or are we talking 3, 4, and 5 years? We don't know that yet. Like if we want to do a payment schedule for the reimbursements. We don't want to be the test case either.
Yeah, prefer not to be in, I was kind of envisioning that be a 3 years, doing that amount of whatever you decide for the end of the 2 year to the next thing. But we could potentially go longer, but I think that because we're allowed to go longer, if we go 3 years, that's pretty safe. I think that if everybody else in 2 years, the government's exempt from that, 3 years would be a safe bet.
Yeah, I don't know. Depends on the amount.
Yeah,
I'd hate
that's all about.
I'd hate to have, if it's $150, I don't want to make that 3 years.
No, well, that would be with that 1 year for a smaller amount,
Yeah, okay.
and then
Yeah,
2 years for.
yeah. I got you. Okay. So are
We
you,
want to do this by year. And so we might have multiple contracts with an employee, or
Yeah.
instead of waiting until, if it's a 4-year degree,
Mhm.
waiting to the end of 4 years.
And that's something too, that if we do multiple years, then we have, because a lot of overlap.
Mhm.
So, but then it may be okay. Depending on what your maximum, because the Jen said that we wanted to do a maximum lifetime amount. So it depends on what we set that. If we set, maybe you set 3 times the amount of the annual
Mhm.
maximum, that's the lifetime amount, and that's just suggestion.
That's what I was thinking too.
But it'd be easier to budget if you're by year.
Year by
Yeah.
year.
Year by year, you'd want a budget.
Because 1 year
Year
you
by
could say,
And 1 year, you'd say we can't afford it this year. Been cut by the state.
Multi-year contracts would still apply, wouldn't it? And commit a future board to, would that be a piece of that?
Well, probably not for reimbursement for debt that's already incurred.
A debt that's already.
Now,
Okay.
now you don't want to do a 3-year budget. Just saying, okay, we're going to agree to pay for
Yeah.
education for years. So each year would be.
I'd like the year by year.
So
Yeah.
It has to be appropriate.
yeah, and I like the year to year anyway, because if on a 4-year deal, the first year, the county is going to get benefit from that education as well as them. So the second year, they're going to get more benefit. So I know it would be a little more of a pain, but I like the year to year.
I'm good.
Well, or do you think the 3 years times the max or?
Where I'm at.
So we'll put it in there. And then what amount do you want to go from 2-year reimbursement to 3 years? Now, are you okay with $1,000 or less being the one?
Yes, I like the ones you have here.
Yeah, I was okay with all the amounts that you broke down.
And maybe
Yeah.
make the $2,500 or less
On
each
that.
2 years, and then greater than 2,500.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm good with that.
Good.
Any other questions on that?
Yeah, can you think of anything, Laura?
so other than, you want to put a lifetime cap somewhere on that.
Yeah, I think there's
You
not.
can go above the 5,250. It's just, we would have to put that in as taxable wages. Those of that.
Yeah. Um,
And then you want a full lifetime cap.
what's the possibilities of going above that? What does it cost to get in a program like that? Does that vary quite a bit?
We have two people that's in.
I was gonna say, some that are going for their
Yeah.
bachelor's or
You
master's,
could
how
probably-
much it is a year.
My school, I'm in my master's program and it's about 5,250 per semester. So
About 10 grand, 1,100, 11,000.
well, I do summers too, so
Oh. 3
more-
times that.
over $15,000 per year.
What do you think, Matt?
Well, yeah.
Hurricane timing, man. Virtual delivery.
I mean, and that's something that could be done on the individual contracts. You know, you guys make that determination on the amount. Because it could be different from somebody who we've required to get something versus somebody who's just getting it more training or education to help their job as opposed to a requirement that a little bit different.
I don't know. The requirement I was want to be taxable, but that's just me.
Well, I realize that is to change every year, but wow, the way things are going with money, I think we're probably where we need to be.
I think the numbers that you guys put out there are good.
Okay. Are we finished with that? Any other comments? Okay, let's move on to G.
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve the ratification of a letter requesting Representative Bobert and Representative-elect Hurd support S.2581 Secure Rural Schools SRS Reauthorization Act of 2023.
Second that.
Any discussion?
Just curious, when that is supposed to be heard, Jennifer, do you know when that's gonna be heard?
No, they haven't even, I just read a whole bunch of updates from NACO yesterday, and that wasn't one of them listed on there, so I don't know if it's been approved or not. I know it passed through Senate. They're still waiting for Congress to understand it, so I'll look into it and find out, but
I mean, this is just one of those things that we do rely on and the schools do rely on that, given our last conference that we went to at CTI, the first week of December, I mean, these are the things that they're gonna look about, doing away with, because again, it's money coming out of the federal government to the state, and then actually to us directly on that. So just curious where we were at.
yeah, because right now, unless it's passed and I'm not aware of it, we, as of September of last year, SRS hadn't been approved, so we won't be receiving any money, and that goes to our schools, and Road and Bridge is really where that funding goes to. So if that doesn't pass, then just less funding, and it's just that trickle down effect for all of us. So the reality of it, so we're supporting that Congress passes this so that we continue to get that funding for our schools and Road and Bridge.
The more times goes on, the more we're gonna have to fight for what we can keep. They're gonna try and take it away.
Well, and if I'm not mistaken, Scott, you might need to correct me on this. That funding is actually from the Forest Service lands that you have in a county. So again, that's people that come in and use Forest Service lands. They have to pay the government that tax. This is just getting a piece of that back to it. So it's not like, it's like an unfunded mandate, basically. It is, people are paying for this service to access these Forest Service lands. This is just a portion of that coming back to us in the county. Is that right, Don?
I- I think it's, a lot of it's in the county and we don't they don't pay us tax, but we have a lot of responsibility to take care of that land with law enforcement and other services. And this is a way for us to get some of our money back to do that, to support that Forest Service. Is that correct, Don?
Yeah, I think that's a little bit more correct. I think that a lot of it's tied into amounts to the school. So based on the population of each school, they get a cut of that.
It's kind of like built
Yeah,
on some level,
Sure.
but it's with US Forest Service and not just public lands, BLM land, but, because we can't build on that property. But yet we're required to, we have to help the Forest Service as much as possible with their roads. And, Scott does a great job of working with Forest Service and working on those roads together. And so,
And has a very strong relationship
Yeah.
with them. So thank you, Scott, for that.
Good. So we need to vote on it.
Overton?
Aye.
Gates?
Aye.
O'Hare?
Good. So let's move on to H.
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve a ratification of a letter of support for Colorado Ag Water Alliance's Colorado River District's grant application for repairs on Oak Ridge Ditch Stream Crossing.
I second.
Okay, that Oak Ridge crosses Coal Creek. And because of the new law that the water governor or the water people are requiring us to do, they can't cross Coal Creek without mixing waters. And this crossing is going to allow them to cross Coal Creek without the two waters touching each other and keep the fish from going up Coal Creek, because they've got some native fish up Coal Creek that they want to keep safe from being.
Like a siphon, go over or under.
Yeah, it's a pretty specialized crossing, but it's very expensive to do, and it's because of the new because they're requiring the ditch companies to keep track of every drop of water they use, that they're having to do this. So we're definitely in support of this. Any questions? Sean, would you call the roll?
O'Hare?
Aye.
Gates?
Aye.
Overton?
Aye. Okay, let's move on to I.
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve an extension to Rangeley School District's CCITF grant awarded on May 28th, 2024. This is requested due to unforeseen circumstances causing finding a contractor to complete work on the sewer line currently impossible.
Second that.
Any discussion? Don, would you call the roll, please?
Overton?
Aye.
Gates?
Aye.
O'Hare?
Good, let's move on to J.
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve accepting the grant award for the Rio Blanco County Virtual Co-Responder Program from Byron State Crisis Intervention Grant or Program Grant.
I second.
And Beth, do you want to explain a little bit about that? It's the same program that we had last year, just a different grant, different place to get it.
Yep, correct. That is our current co-responder program grant ends in the year. We have a little bit of extension into 2025. This one kicks right in, so we can just use that program without any hiccups.
And that's the program that allows the sheriff to get help with mental patients so that they don't have to interact with them in a negative way. Okay. Any other discussion? Don, would you please follow on?
O'Hare?
Aye.
Gates?
Aye.
Aye. Good, let's move on to K.
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve NPEDS annual report for discharges from the application of pesticides CDG 860000.
Second that.
Is
That's an annual report that Jane has to do to maintain her certificates of how much pesticides she's put out on the ground, where at, all those reports. So that is an annual thing that she does.
Okay, thank you. Sean, would you please call the roll?
Overton.
Aye.
Gates.
Aye.
O'Hare.
Right.
Good. So, Justin, we're down to you. Presentation by Justin Ewing with, APHIS Wildlife Services formally requesting the county continued financial support for the APHIS program in Rio Blanco County.
Good morning, Commissioners. So I'm Justin Ewing with the U.S. Department of Agriculture, APHIS Wildlife Services Program. And I'm here to request the continued cooperation of the county for our cooperative service agreement that we have in place between Wildlife Services and the county for livestock protection within the county. And so I'm here to ask any questions. The amount of money that was budgeted last year is the same amount that Wildlife Services via the livestock producers is requesting for this year. The program basically would be exactly the same with 1 1/4 man hours per year plus all the equipment, all the costs associated with that. So as far as there's no increasing cost for the county to the program, any of those costs will be absorbed by Wildlife Services increase. So I'm here to answer any questions you guys might have about.
Can you briefly tell us how this program has expanded after
Yeah,
the
so-
county got involved in the money?
Right, so originally, this program was basically just funded by the sheep producers in the county. This cooperative service agreement that the counties entered into basically was with before last year was with the Rio Blanco County wool growers. So basically, it just took care of a handful, 5 producers. Because of, outside circumstances, the producers, sheep producers in particular, getting smaller and smaller, and then the wolf on the horizon. The county agreed to enter into this cooperative service agreement with Wildlife Services, which expanded the program to every producer in the county that has a need. So they pretty much were servicing most of the wool growers in the county. So we added one, big wool grower program, but we quadrupled the amount of cattle producers that we were servicing. So like I said, this is the first year that's been available for everybody in the county. So we went from say 5 to 20 different producers that we were working with, which I assume, which I'll also want to talk a little bit about the wolf. I assume is going to do nothing but expand into every reach of our county as far as livestock protection. And so Wildlife Services, just kind of on a side note, does more than just predator work to protect livestock. We're getting in the cricket business. Sounds like APHIS has pushed some of that down to Wildlife Services. So of course we could do squirrels. We've talked ravens, crows. We can do eagle work. Eagle work is similar with wolf work right now. It's just all mitigation. It's all non-lethal hazing, that kind of thing. But there's a lot of things that if in the future the county wanted to expand this program into ground squirrels, ravens, crows, other, interactions with, producers rather than just predators, it's a possibility.
With the agriculture contributing so much to our economy, I think that this is money well spent.
I would agree. I do have one question. With the added producers onto your plate, are you having any issues keeping up?
That was kind of the reason to add this 1/4 man. It's Corey Ruckty, who's kind of fills in part-time. So right now, no. And to be honest, the non-lethal wolf initiative that's coming down, CPW and CDA are hiring an army of people to take care of non-lethal. Wildlife Services has not a non-lethal program funded by Congress. So we also can do non-lethal wolf work. It's just we're working with CPW and CDA. Everybody's kind of taking their lane. So our lane basically right now is monitoring, which is cameras, drones if need be, and livestock guardian dogs.
What about range riding?
So I'll kind of go, so that was my presentation on renewing the contract, the cooperative service agreement. So basically, we're just asking for the same funding as last year. It's the same program, no increase in cost, but I'll move on to range riding. So I just went to Walden, spent 2 days and completed a site assessment training. This is a proactive approach for wildlife services, CDA, CPW, and now NRCS has received funding with Western Landowners Alliance. You go out to our producers, do site assessments, and basically we're going to look at your, your program. We're going to suggest, this may work for you. Range riding is one of them. Flattery, all these non-lethal mitigation tools. We're going to do these site assessments with as many producers as want to do them as a proactive thing. But within that site assessment, there's 2 of them. There's CPW site assessment and then there's NRCS's. Both of them have funding for range riding. The NRCS one is actually given cash to the producers to hire their own range rider. The CPW, they have a program where they're going to hire the range rider. They're going to put them through their school, along with CDA. CDA is kind of taking the lead on the range riding program because they have the funding for it. So there's 2 avenues that the producers can go, or both simultaneously, actually. So we're working with NRCS and trying to get producers at least the knowledge out there about their program where they basically directly fund. Either it can be a single producer, it can be a livestock association, or it can be a county that can enter into these agreements with NRCS. Some of that money is also for a big thing with the wolf is carcass management.
That's what I was going to ask you about that. That seems to be one of the main focuses is carcass management, and carcass management, as far as our landfill is concerned, is going to be a huge problem because of the requirements to get rid of the carcasses. I don't know.
We're working on that. We're working on that.
Yeah. I know Jackson County got a $48,000 the livestock producers over there, and they're working directly with their landfill. They got 48,000 grant from CDA.
Yeah.
Carcass management. Their program's designed on the ranchers basically hauling or using this trailer they're going to buy with a winch in it, hauling it to the landfill. This grant's going to pay for the landfill fees, which I think over there $70 a head. But they said they got to immediately cover that thing up with dirt.
Yeah, and that's
So it's not just as simple as dumping it off a week later. So it's I'm sure it's
that's part of the problems with the landfill is the amount that they can take in a short period of time and filling the landfill up and different things. So there's a lot of things to think about there, but I'm glad that we need to look into some money to get that going.
Yeah, so there is money available through NRCS and Colorado Department of Agriculture for.
And on that note, so I have an email from Callie, and she wanted to visit with the conservation districts about the NRCS RCEP stewarding the working wild predator conflict protection.
Yeah, so that is the money with partnership with Western landowners. It's 2.5 million, 5 years, which is going to go pretty fast.
Yeah, we might want to get on.
There's carcass management is not only hauling the carcass off of your property, it's maybe establishing your own carcass pit fenced with 8-foot chain link to exclude, the wolves, because that's what they don't want, the wolves coming in there and getting used to just eating out of your dead pit, and then pretty quick, your sheep or your cattle are there, and then that's the idea of the whole thing about carcass management. But from those guys in Walden, which, their weather's similar to ours with feet of snow and drift, the real problem they have is getting to the carcass. If they're out there calving or in lambing or what, honestly, the sheep industry is going to be, it'll be really difficult for them to manage carcasses.
Throwing it out there might be easier not to have the wolf. But I don't know. I'm all willing and
That's an idea. We'll have to pursue that.
So anyway, I attended the training, the site assessment training. So I'm now, I don't have an official certificate, but I'm able to go to our producers along with CPW, CDA's got 2 people, and NRCS, and basically show them the options that's available to them. Not every method is going to work on every ranch. Honestly, there's very few of those methods that are going to work on our kind of operations, these big cattle and sheep operations, but what's available, we'll be able to talk to them about. Probably will enter into, like I said, it's a financial agreement with NRCS, so they have to sign a contract. The same with, I don't know if you're familiar with like their EQIP program that basically pays them to, move fences or build new fences or whatever, it's more around the range management. But there is money available, and it can even go all the way up to the county level. But I assume that probably the livestock associations or the individual ranch would probably be able to handle that process better than the county signing a contract.
Well,
Unless-
go ahead.
I said, unless it was something like a landfill,
Yeah.
To pay the landfill fees or something like that. So
Yeah, other states like Montana, actually, there is a private company that got some funding to go pick them up and take
Right.
care of them and stuff. And I hope that we don't get enough of them that becomes needed, but
Yeah, well, I don't know, if you're aware or not, but there's a wolf in Aldrich Lake right now. So
yeah,
guess
I saw that yesterday.
Anyway, so we have a female wolf wandering around over there and, right on the county line. It's been way out like west towards Cooks and Axel Basin.
She's collared, right? And then there's an uncollared mate.
That's the way they know she's here.
Okay.
As far as I know, it's just her. She had a partner, and that was the wolf that died, that was shot in the hind leg. And I think I heard that she was the same one that came down into Miller Creek there during that season. Went back. And was the same one that came around, was it last spring? That pair, her and her mate came, well, it wasn't mate, but her and her partner came down came down the Williams Fork and was over there pretty close to Thornburg in the spring, and then turned around, just went back in one day. So thing about those wolves, are tremendous travelers. So expect that they won't be here, in a day. It's unrealistic. No matter where they're going to put them, they're going to wherever they want to be.
Sure.
At a time.
Well, thank you for what you do.
Yeah.
This community is lucky to have you here.
Well, I appreciate your support.
We
And
appreciate you.
after the first of the year, I plan on coming back and giving you a report, not only on the financial, what it cost for last year's program, but kind of a summary of, a little more detailed summary than I was able to give today. The producers, I help kind of what's been going on. Of course, there'll be more wolf talk throughout the winter as far as they're getting geared up to put the 15 wolves here, not here, but in the state.
As you see their blood pressure just shoot up the roof just now.
Not in Rio Blanco County, thank you, Doug. But like I said, it really doesn't matter. They're gonna go where they wanna go.
Yeah.
So, the only thing like a barrier like the interstate might slow them down a little bit. If they were having south interstate. It's not gonna stop. So,
Good.
if there's anything else, I'd be glad to answer any more questions. Otherwise, thank you. Yeah.
Thank
Thank
you,
you.
Justin.
Just
Thank you.
Yes.
the contract that we're going to do we just need to read?
Well, so I will, now, I assume you're gonna fund it at the same level as last year, so then I can now write the agreement. So, and I'll get that in your hands before the first of the year for sure. I hope to get it done. I'm meeting with, my boss this afternoon. Hopefully I'll get it ironed out this afternoon. I can present it to you guys tomorrow or the next day. And you can go over it like we did last year if you have any questions.
No, perfect.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Good. So let's move on to M.
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve reallocating leftover funds of $284,520 from the 2024 gravel crushing fund to 2025 to finalize the gravel crushing contract due to the weather and machine constraints and enable completion of the project.
A second.
Scott, you want to tell us about that?
So basically they finished crushing in Wacara. This would be for
crushing up the sleeping cat next year. He's honoring the same price for us. And we're also in negotiation with the Forest Service to see if maybe we can go ahead and crush some gravel for them while they're in there so that they can put it out on County Road 115. So we're trying to figure out the best solution for Forest Service and us and but that's all it is. Them honoring the same price and then moving up to Sleepy Cat. They had some machine complications that delayed it, so.
Okay, thank you. Tom, did you call the roll?
Overton.
Aye.
O'Hairn.
Aye.
Gates.
Aye.
Commissioners, if I might interrupt, Jane, they did approve your MPEDS. I don't know if you were staying for any other reason other than to explain that any further, but now that you're here, I don't know if there was any questions that you guys had on that.
It's just the annual MPD for where we spray on the roadsides.
Yep.
On the paved roads.
Good.
Does that include like cricket stuff, everything, or just weeds?
Just we-
Just weeds.
Is this where we should talk about crickets a little bit?
We're going to do that in the budget.
Okay, Good.
If there's something additional you want to mention.
well,
Yes.
will you be around for the budget? Okay. Okay,
Okay.
thank you. Okay, so did we vote on that? We did?
Yeah.
Okay, let's move on to N.
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve a permission letter for the Meeker Lions Club to provide alcoholic drinks at the Meeker, I'm gonna say this wrong, Joring
That's perfect. Oh, it's funny.
New Year's Eve dance on December 31st, 2024, from 7 p.m. to 12 a.m. at the RBC Fairgrounds 4-H Building, 700 Sulphur Creek Road, Meeker, Colorado 81641.
Look at that.
Good. Any discussion? John, would you call a roll, please?
Overton.
Aye.
Gates.
Aye.
O'Hairn.
Hi.
Good, let's move on to O.
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve accepting SAMHSA grant for $201,350 per year for 5 years and hiring one FTE position in public health to be the program manager if this works. The grant was awarded to 4 counties in the Northwest region and is geared towards substance use prevention and youth.
Second.
Okay,
Now you know. Now we go.
So we did a letter of intent last spring to apply for what was originally a federal grant for substance use prevention for youth. And we were awarded that. The entire Northwest region was awarded that grant. I'm here because I need permission to accept the grant because what we originally thought when we were presented with it we got the statement of work and it's changed a little bit. One of those things is hiring a full-time employee. And so just to give you a little bit of statistics here, so overall self-reported use of substance by youth is higher in Northwest Colorado than state level estimates by the data on drinking any alcohol. In the Northwest area is 34.4% versus 23.6% in the state. And binge drinking was 20% in Northwest Colorado versus 12.5% statewide. So I do think that this would be a good grant to accept. It was a little bit frustrating when we put our letter of intent in. We thought it was just going to be a little bit more broad. And now we're realizing once the state put out the statement of work that they're putting quite a few conditions on this grant. And so we, as a Northwest region, we did let the state know that we were a little bit frustrated about that. But I think now it kind of is what it is, and they put the statement of work out, and that's what they're requiring for us to hire a full-time employee to be the project manager.
what is, when you say Northwest, what counties does that cover?
So it's Rio Blanco, Moffett, Route, and Jackson.
Garfield's not in there. It's interesting that, the youth program that we had the presentation on has a lot more problems in Garfield than we do here. But yeah,
Yeah, and I don't know exactly how they narrowed it down to just us four counties.
Yeah.
Not really sure about that.
And you're talking CDPHE is the one that narrowed it down and kind of gave you that statement of work.
Gave us the statistics and then we were able to apply for it, the Northwest region. And with your guys' permission, I did, put in our letter of intent. And then once it went down from the federal level to the state level, they kind of put some stipulations on it that we weren't quite prepared for.
so the FTE that we're going to put on is, everything is covered by this grant. Will there be any county money in this?
No, not
Okay.
at all. So this grant is $201,350 per year for 5 years. So it will well cover the full time.
And what happens after that 5 years?
They are thinking about that they will be able to extend that, but just for reasons to protect the county, I would say that maybe we do some sort of a, like this is only a 5-year position. And because I don't know for sure if they're going to extend it.
At the end of 5 years, we should be able to get rid of all the problem, right?
Yeah. So I learned at CCI, we had a conference last week, and I did not realize that SAMHSA was actually up on the chopping block at the federal level. Commissioner Smith announced that during one of the BHA conversations we had. I think you attended that, which shocked me a little bit. So what if SAMHSA, because this is a SAMHSA grant.
Mm-hmm.
So what happens if they do, like, let's say new administration's coming in and they cut that? I mean, then what? I mean, just a what if?
Yeah. Yeah, so the Routt County Public Health Director was actually concerned about that. And so we reached out to Mark Morgan at the state, who is kind of our go-to person at CDPHE. And we do have the email that says like this is locked in. This grant is guaranteed and it's locked in for 5 years. I don't think that they could go back on that. But
We're talking to the federal government.
I'm talking about, yeah.
Well, I
Okay.
think if you, that position in particular, like, I mean, you've got to really make it very clear that it is grant dependent, and if the grant goes away, the position.
Could that be something that we have in the employment agreement?
The job description.
Yeah.
Job description.
Okay.
Yeah, and we do have we do have a job description, Laura, that Routt County kind of already has, and so I do have access to that if you would want me, if it's approved, if I can send that to you. So, if you guys are okay with me moving forward and accepting.
One of you guys want to make a motion?
Uh,
I did.
And I
Yeah,
seconded.
she's like,
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, John.
Overton.
Aye.
O'Hairn.
Aye.
Yates.
hi.
Okay, let's move on to P.
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve a ratification of a letter of opposition to British Columbia regarding the export of wolves to Colorado.
So look at that.
This is a letter just asking British Columbia to not give us the wolves. And a lot of most of the counties are doing this in Colorado. I doubt that it will do any good, but it makes the governor nervous. So
So, just to piggyback off of that, I'm going to talk about Commissioner Linke's question to the governor during our CCI conference. It was the last question of the day. He asked the governor, and I don't remember the words because I was just so elated he was asking the question. Because the governor stood up there and talked about all these budget cuts that were coming down the pike in every department and so on and so forth. And so Commissioner Linke said, I've been sitting on my hands trying not to ask this question, but I'm going to ask you anyway, Governor. You talk about these budget cuts here, there, And yet you've spent 10 million already on these wolves, and you're getting ready to spend another 2 million to get these wolves out of British Columbia to put on the ground. Why don't you stop that so that we don't spend another 2 million, put that 2 million somewhere else? And I asked that, and the governor's response was, it was the will of the people, and quickly left the stage. So
He actually blamed it on the ranchers and farmers, saying that if they hadn't fought and opposed this, that the money would have been a lot less. And Commissioner Linky was just asking that the CPW postpone this for a while until they get their feet on the ground and it wouldn't cost as much money. And the governor stomped out of there. He was mad.
it was a good question.
Yeah.
It was viable, and
Yeah.
I know I appreciated the question and we have to remember too that it's not CPW that's really running this, and we have to remember that the guys, our local guys, as well as all around, they're just doing what they're being told to do. And so I just want to remind people to not hash on our CPW guys, because they're just doing what they're told to do, marching orders. So
Yeah.
anyway.
John, would you please call the roll?
O'Hare. Aye. Overton.
Aye.
Gates.
Aye.
Good. So let's move on to Q.
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve the 2024 RBC Broadband Oak Ridge Tower Repair Agreement for services with Thin Air Communications, Inc. This is for the work already done on an emergency response due to a bear attack destroying equipment. This tower services approximately 40 residents.
Second.
And I guess that was self-explanatory. They had a bear tear the tower up and they had to get it fixed right away. So
I think he was just playing. I don't think he meant to be destructive, but there were paw prints everywhere.
They shouldn't have smeared the peanut butter on this.
Maybe that's what it was, peanut butter.
John, would you call a roll, please?
Overton.
Aye.
Gates.
Aye.
O'Hare.
Aye.
Good. So let's move on to R.
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve an MOU with Prowers County for Prowers County to manage and administer calls to the Hotline County Connection Center regarding child welfare related and APS related hotline calls on behalf of Rio Blanco County for 2025. The fees have increased to $25 per referral, a 4% increase to keep up with increasing operational costs.
Second that.
Any questions or comments?
You want me to touch on that a little
Would
bit?
you please?
Basically, what it is an agreement that we have with the Powers County, which runs the call center, and it benefits the county pretty significantly in that all referrals that are made to that are documented. They come directly to the county. The county has to access those, and there's a big paper trail that allows the state to look at it, make sure that we're doing what we're supposed to do within the Department of Human Services for those referrals. We have specific criteria on how to access each and every one of those. Our team meets together. We've got a pretty significantly strong team internally now. We have Audrey Johnson, who we contract with. We have our Kelsey, who does our local supervision, and our case workers go through these in the morning. So that's one of the first things they do is go through these and access them to see whether or not they screen them in or screen them out. They screen them in, then they basically do an assessment on the family. They go in and they talk to the family. The kids make sure things are good, or if they're not, then they take action. That action could be anything from an informal action to where they meet with the family, say, okay, we have an issue here. How do we deal with this issue informally without really becoming significantly involved? Because we try to do that. Most of them, we try to do the least restrictive impact on the family as we can and still be effective at protecting children. And then if that doesn't work, or if we feel like we need to escalate it because of danger, we can all, they'll get a hold of me. we'll talk it through, go to the court and ask for a shelter order to remove the children or to do other protective measures that we think might be appropriate in that. So I think the whole thing's very good. And then it gives the state a way to measure our success as well. So I think for the amount of money that we do and what we get for it, I think it's well worth the money and the time to do that. And then it also documents all of these the calls. So we know if there's been 6 referrals to this family, and so we can look at that or to help make that determination too. And how's very little on.
And the Prowers County is the county that has stepped up. It's my understanding that a lot of counties use this call center just because it doesn't make sense that every county would have a 24-hour call person. But this county stepped up and is doing that, and every other county does the same process that we do to stay up with it.
Yeah, and Prowers County is the operator of the system. And we do have on call a caseworker that, respond to the emergency situations as they have them. If it's a referral that's not emergency, that's through the process.
Right, you just put somebody in front of a phone 24 hours a day that we can stay on top of things.
They can take the call so they can make the notes and everything that we need to do our job.
I think it's a significant cost saving. Jim, did it, Prowers come in? Did we do that? Because it was one of those things where you were paying our caseworkers, each county was paying their own to manage this, imagine a one little person hotline, and if something happened, then they had to round up everybody to get those teams done. But right now, this is a significant savings because it's centralized, a lot better record keeping. It's all those things that you could say, it's good for this one place to have, that information, that central funnel of information.
As well as the training that goes into some of the questions they have to ask. And it also is objective. They don't know these people. And when you have it local, sometimes you have some of that, subjective to objective. And so we didn't use it when I was a director, but after, and it makes sense. I actually met with one of the commissioners from Prowers County to kind of find out what all it entails. And they do go through some pretty significant training to be able to take those calls, and it makes sense overall.
Yeah, glad they stepped up.
Yeah.
Good. So, Sean, would you call the roll, please?
Gates.
Aye.
Overton.
Aye.
O'Hare.
Aye.
Okay, let's move on to S.
Chairman, I move to approve the HCPF contract 2021 CMIP 053, amendment number 5. This is an annual contract between DHS and the State of Colorado Department of Healthcare Policy and Financing for $9,586.50.
1 second.
Good. Armin, did you want to tell us a little bit about that?
Basically what this one is for our incentives that we do every year. We just have to meet certain criteria in order to get. So like if we have a 94%, we need to make sure we're at 94% or above 90%. And just making sure that all of our applications are done within this time frame. We need that 90%. Thank you.
Good. So it's my understanding that there's a baseline, and if you guys do better than the baseline, then you're rewarded for it. So apparently the money that we're getting is because you guys are doing a great job, and we appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah.
John, would you call a roll, please?
Overton.
Aye.
Aye.
Gates.
Aye.
Okay, let's move on to T.
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve childcare vendor customer information BCIS for the 2025 CDEC MOU reaffirmation needs updated information on contact for BOCC for 2025.
Second that.
Okay. Who is gonna tell us about that?
Carmen? No, I know it's not you.
You're lucky.
Yeah.
Who did you get that one from?
Through Carmen, right?
Yeah. So basically what it is, they just need to know who they contact for the MOU. So is it gonna be the board chair? Is it gonna be the whole board? Do you guys need to do it, to sign off on it? They just kind of need to know who is going to be their signer so I can get the MOU. Last year we had Doug as chair. They just need to move forward to be.
It could be any of you, it could be any of the board, it could be, you could appoint Carmen. Anybody that you want, or the board itself. Can be the contact.
And is it appropriate, or are we putting too much on Vicky? Would that be you? And then you could let us know if something,
Yeah, that would be fine too.
It could be anybody you guys.
I mean, I guess because I don't know what this is this about approving vendor, or what exactly is this administrator supposed to do?
It's to sign the MOU for CCAP.
So MOU for CCAP, to me, I would prefer the board, because that's a significant, commitment, I would think. I mean, it's
okay,
county commitment for CCAP.
Yeah, I'd say we keep it within
The commissioners. I mean, I
whoever the chair is going to be next year.
And then I think the chair would be fine. There's a little bit of inflexibility on this to where the board, unless we want to call a special meeting for it. So we have the authority for that.
yeah.
That might be.
So that makes sense, because Jennifer is the chair next year and she is very familiar with this stuff, so I'm good with that.
you may be the chair next year. You'll still have to
Gotta vote on it.
vote on that, so it's not a commitment.
I vote no.
Whoever is going to be the chair. We
Okay.
just put the chairman of Board of County
Board of
Commissioners, yeah,
Chair.
and that way we can get the contract done or the MOU done for you.
Jennifer, do you have some candy you can throw at Todd?
I need Twinkies is what I
I
need.
needed a Twinkie earlier when we were going through her checklist.
Okay,
Okay, so let's, move on to you. Oh, we need to vote on that.
Overton,
Aye,
Gates.
Aye.
O'Hare.
let's move on to you.
Chairman, I move to approve the USGS joint funding agreements 25 REJFACO 108 and 25 REFJACO 109. These agreements are for the water monitoring of the White River, Yellow Jacket, and Pants Creek.
My second,
I don't know if this is the ones that we're fully reimbursed on, or we
There's
get some
two
reimbursement.
agreements that we pay just out of pocket, which are smaller amounts, and then the majority of these for the Yellow Creek, the Pans Creek, and or something Gulch, I can't think of it. Those are ones that are almost 100% paid by Solvay and Natural Soda as their parts. Make sure that I went to a very informative meeting on that, and they explained why that water monitoring is important. What is the flow of the water? Are there contaminants in the water? And it does help them to remediate faster and know if there's a situation going on where something is, increasing and they don't know why. They're immediately on the top of it, rather than all of a sudden walking back into a problem. So
Water is so dependent on history, so it's a good thing.
they can actually tell within, if all of a sudden water starts decreasing more than anticipated. It's like, has it been rerouted? Has it been, there's a whole level of thing that it's monitoring. They're not enforcing, they're not, but it's to let us know maybe a dam broke, we're not aware of it. It's really important information.
Sean, would you call a roll, please?
Aye.
O'Hare, aye.
Overton.
Aye. Okay, let's move on to V.
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve the permission to purchase a lowboy trailer for use in Road and Bridge for 89,000. We have a trade-in value of the old trailer of 47,500, leaving a total cost of 41,500. Capital funds will be used.
Second that.
The numbers have changed. So the trailer I was after sold. The next available trailer is 105,000. Costing the county, instead of the 41,000, it'll cost 57,700. There's a difference of 16,000.
Okay,
Getting as much as you for the sale of the old one.
The trade-in will still be the same. The 47,500.
is it a different make of trailer?
Than what we were gonna get.
Yes.
No, it's just the model 24. It's a 2024. The one I was trying to get was 23. It was still brand new, but it was 23, so it
Yeah.
was deeply discounted.
Okay. Sean, would you call the roll, please?
Bates.
Aye.
Overton.
Aye,
O'Hare.
Aye.
thank you. Let's move on to W,
See on.
discussion with Jeff Cheney. Is he,
He's not here. He's supposed
okay,
to try and come over at 11. He is in court and he would try to make that in between. So we may have to come back to him. He's not actually asking for necessarily for more of a discussion topic. So he's not asking for a particular action. Is that correct, Al?
That's what I understand.
So we can maybe come back up to that.
good. So, presentation of a check by Mike.
I believe that is going to be at,
We have that one scheduled for 1 PM. That was the soonest that they could get here.
Okay, we're gonna move on to resolutions until, one of these other people shows up, and then we'll go backwards and try and catch up. So resolutions are Resolution A.
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve resolution 2024-39, a resolution of the Board of County Commissioners of Rio Blanco County, Colorado, appropriating additional sums of money to defray expenses in excess of amounts budgeted in the various funds and spending agencies in the amounts and for the purpose as set forth for the 2024 budget year.
A second.
Good.
so a little bit on that, but typically we've done supplementals throughout the year as things arise. We did not do that this year. So Lisa, bless her heart, has dug in there and found everything that we needed to do, and that is just supplementing the 2024 budget, reallocating funds, where we needed to move stuff. Lisa, do you want to address anything on that?
I don't think so, unless you have specific questions. A lot of those were put together probably last May or June, and there were things that were noted needed to be reallocated, maybe from contingency or from other places based on last year's budget at the end of the year. So a lot of that was just stuff that was there.
And some cleanup and things that we.
Just journal entries so that we can pass our audit with flying colors. Okay. So, how would you call it?
Overton.
Aye,
Bates.
Aye.
O'Hare.
good. Let's move on to Resolution B.
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve resolution 2024-40, a resolution of the Board of County Commissioners of Rio Blanco County, Colorado, vesting jurisdiction over plumbing permit and inspections to the Colorado State Plumbing Board.
Second that.
Matt, would you explain why we're doing that a little bit, please?
So in January of 2024, we had a discussion about taking plumbing back from the state here in the county. Over the course of almost a year now, I have been doing the plumbing inspections. And I just really believe that with the stuff that's on my plate right now, with being the new industry liaison, building official, keeping everything kind of straight, it's just of our best interest to move towards giving it back to the state. The experience is a factor. I didn't know that it would be at the time. We gave it a good try. The reality of it is that the education that is involved there's a reason why plumbing inspectors are typically retired plumbers. And so, that being said, the time management is going to be a real issue to keep up with the regulations. The state every 3 years changes, just like the state plumbing code and the state electrical code. And with that is re-education every 2 years. Codes change constantly. And for me to keep up with that is just, well, it seems like.
That isn't the only reason that we decided to do it. We decided to do it because if we don't turn it back to the state, we are going to have to accept the new building codes and energy codes that are going to significantly impact builders. And we just feel that it's in the best interest of our constituents to try and hold off of that for now. So this is something that,
As long as possible.
this is something that we have to do to keep the state from coming in and telling us what we have to do.
Yeah, great point. Yes, I don't know how long ago it was, 2 months ago, I'm assuming we had the state, through a Zoom meeting, talk to us and our contractors about this from the energy department. And they specifically said, if you remain static, then you do not need to make that change. How it works, just to be kind of technical with it, is every time the code changes at the state level, then we have to consider that as an amendment to our code if we keep it in-house. And with that amendment, that becomes the time of change. So,
We understand that there's controversy with the state plumber, but we feel that as an overall, taking care of our citizens, that this is the best way to go for everybody involved.
And just kind of to mention, Rangeley has never switched to, anyone else doing plumbing permits. Theirs has always gone through the state. Eaker has done theirs through their own plumbing inspector. We did have, we've had this public discussion several times. It really, I don't think has come up as a major issue from anyone. The codes don't change. The code is the code, whether, depending on who's doing that inspection, may have some personal bias in it, but the code's the same. So it's not like we're necessarily losing anything at that point.
Aside from your decision here today, I would like to recognize Matt a little bit for stepping up to the plate. Taking on a position and a duty that's outside of his realm and his expertise. I think that speaks volumes to the character of Mr. Matt himself.
Here, here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
appreciate
Absolutely.
Any other discussion or comments? Sean, would you call the roll, please?
Bates.
Aye.
Overton.
Aye.
O'Hare.
Good. Let's move on to C, resolution C.
Chairman, I move to approve resolution 2024-41, a resolution of the Board of County Commissioners of Rio Blanco County, Colorado, designating the 2025 county holiday schedule.
A second.
Any discussion?
So commissioners, you have 3 options that have been emailed to you regarding different holiday schedules. Laura, when would you accept that? Or Chrissy, maybe that's Chrissy.
Right. So, the first one, well, I guess the third one would be the one that would give the day before, it did the day before.
So I think it was option A that was, very similar to previous years. It did not give, the date after Christmas. For Christmas. It's got one less. Wait, hold on. And then option B had floating holidays and the day after Christmas as well, just because of how they fall in 2025. The third option, was proposed to get rid of the 2 floating holidays and, put those 2 floating holidays, one before Thanksgiving and one before Christmas, for a Wednesday, Thursday, Friday.
And the basis for that, it was a recommendation that came from one of the directors that I had with a meeting with them. And there's points to both sides of it. One is getting away, whether you get rid of those floating holidays, because those do sometimes cause a problem at the end of the year because people haven't used them. They forget about them, or for whatever reason, they want to save them up, and then they're taking those days off. The downside is a lot of people use those for hunting days, so they can just say, hey, I don't know when I'm going to go, but I got this floating holiday and I'll use it then. For some departments, it's difficult because then they're losing, more employees because they've got to get rid of those. They've got to use those days up. So the point of going to the 3-day Thanksgiving and 3-day Christmas was it would already be budgeted into the time period. The whole county shuts down, so a lot of staff doesn't, you're not having to structure to cover people. So it doesn't necessarily change the number of days. It's just more the structure of those days and whether it's important. I mean, we could also do something where the floating holidays, you have one floating holiday that has to be used by July 1st. You have one whole floating holiday that has to be used by X date. Those things could also happen. But so anyway, so throwing that out there, I mean, depending on what the board feels, again, a lot of people do use those for hunting days. Some people use them during the holidays anyways. So I don't know that it saves any money in any other direction.
The only disadvantage with that, with the floating holidays, it becomes same as vacation that you have to pay out.
We would not have
Either
to.
have to roll them over
Yeah.
or pay them
Pay 'em
out.
I think the floating holidays, to me, that comes down to a management decision. Like the directors can manage that. Hey, are you taking these? Have you taken these? That's how I feel about it. It's a managerial role, and that's the manager's. If they don't want it to all back up at the end of the year and have every one of their employees off, I think that should be up to that manager to work that around throughout the year.
I kind of like the third option to just make it 3 days both ways. And I think that we should try that for a year.
And it's just how it kind of fell for 2025.
And 2026 is
If
the same.
Christmas falls a different date.
Yeah.
Following years, of course.
Right.
That's, I think the idea of 2025 is how it fell. That's all.
I don't have,
Cause I never received an email on it, so we can't look at it.
I do have that in the board packet.
I looked in there and I didn't see it. Did I miss it?
I can really quickly shoot you an email if you'd like me to.
Do you want to weigh in while you?
This one, okay.
Use them for hunting.
No.
Michaela, got a preference?
We manage it pretty easily.
Let's go down the line. Michaela?
The only thing with the floating holidays is if some of my employees wanted to use it like at the same time that I did, like on Christmas Eve, for instance. And then it's kind of like, well, who do I pick that needs to, you know, like, I don't want to deny one of my employees and then tell the other one that they have to work Christmas Eve, you know, or that kind of situation. So that gets a little bit sticky, but I know that a lot of people like Scott said. I wouldn't mind trying the 3 days. I think it would be nice to have 3 days off for Thanksgiving and then 3 days off personally.
Mr. Joy,
I have no comment. But either way.
I vote for the 3 days Thanksgiving, 3 days Christmas.
and why, Rhonda?
Because the day before Thanksgiving or day before Christmas, there is no business that is happening in this courthouse. I mean, we sit there. There is just nobody coming in. And it's useless to be here, well, for our offices. Because there's nobody coming in. The phones aren't ringing. There's no business.
So I'll skip over to Sean first. What are your thoughts?
I agree with Ron. I like the 3 before each holiday. We're the same way. We're down to very few employees. And when people go, oh, I need to use those floaters, everyone tries to get them in on those days. And that leaves 1 or 2 people in the office and that wreaks havoc on us.
Do you have any?
Yeah, from the standpoint of the support department, it's easier if you do 3 days off once because you close down the county, and that means that support departments don't have to be here to support IT and things like that. If you take a photo on those days, but the county's still open, we still have to support it.
Jane, any preference?
I use mine at the holidays anyway, so I like the 3 days.
I like the way it's done right now. I wasn't paying attention, so I don't know what the options were, but what we're doing now works great.
Oh, Trevor's.
Could I make a suggestion for the departments that might need to work on Christmas, Thanksgiving? Maybe we give them the freedom to take one of those days from Thanksgiving or Christmas and move it back as an option.
Why are we such a change?
Yeah, so what, there's a couple different reasons for it. And the number one is because of the number of people that do take those days off, trying to budget for the floating holidays, the payout of the holiday, if it's versus it being the day at, a 3-day Thanksgiving and a 3-day Christmas as a set holiday schedule is a different payout. So that's kind of what we're, figuring out, doing away with the floating holidays in order to.
And for everybody except for the county road and bridge, there's nobody here. It's almost a wasted day at the county.
So Matt? Oh, did I miss Antini? Antini? I don't. Okay. Yeah.
No comment. It works either way.
Carmen?
I like the 3 days having that. But I do like that.
Laura, do you have a preference, Tom? So commissioners, that was just for informative purposes. Certainly, that's just.
Is there any, if we do the 3 days, is that any difference in our budget?
I don't think the budget allocation.
The same.
There's no monetary difference.
Sounds like option number 3. What I'm hearing, majority democracy says.
Yeah.
I think-
And I don't know. I mean, it is.
We could try it for 2025 and if that's.
And if we don't like it, yeah.
Yeah.
Is
We
there
have that
any,
option.
like, I like what Trevor said, though, there's not a way to specialize that road and bridge does road and bridge.
We can't, but then,
We'll figure it out.
all the bookkeeping is, you're running 2 different systems.
Okay.
But if they take their, day before Thanksgiving and the day before Christmas off in October and they leave November 1st. You know, we pay 2 holidays that they would not have earned.
Well, they just can't leave. Good.
Okay, so do we need to amend the motion to option 3, or you just
We
want?
didn't, we didn't really designate it, but we could amend. So I'll just amend the motion for resolution 2024-41, designating the 2025 county holidays, going with option C.
No second.
Any other discussion? John, would you call the roll, please?
Overton.
Aye.
Gates.
Aye.
O'Hare.
Hi.
Now you gotta vote on the original amended motion.
Okay. Could you please call the roll again?
Overton.
Aye.
Gates.
Aye.
O'Hare.
Thank you. Let's move to D, resolution D.
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve resolution 2024-42, a resolution of the Board of County Commissioners of Rio Blanco County, Colorado, authorizing the treasurer to assign county-held lien on the following mineral accounts: N5500889, N5500943, N5503123, N5503116, N5503224, N5500575, N5500946, N5501235, N5503659, N5503655, and N5503652.
I'll second that, but I'm really glad you got that one.
Okay, and this is, so that they can, transfer mineral,
Right now, the county, these minerals have gone to a tax lien sale over previous years.
right?
This company is called, De La Terra Acquisitions out of Oklahoma. And they got a list of what the county is holding for minerals, and they would like to have you assign these minerals to them, and they'll go to deed with them.
And the reason we do that is to get them back on the tax roll and
Yes.
somebody be paying taxes on them.
Great revenue.
Okay, Sean, would you please call the roll?
O'Hare. Aye. Gates.
Aye.
Overton.
Aye. So let's move on to resolution E.
Chairman, I move to approve resolution 2024-22, closing the county clerk and recorder offices and other county offices on December 19th, 2024, starting at noon for the county holiday party.
A second.
I hope everybody comes.
On though, since the Rangeley offices have to drive over, and it starts at noon, we probably need to close like between 10:30 and 11, or
You don't have to because it's a satellite office in Rangeley.
Okay.
So we're fine. We're
Good.
covered
Okay.
with that with the
Okay.
being first.
but they just know that they can leave earlier to get over here.
Yes,
Okay.
absolutely.
Okay. John, would you please call the roll?
Overton.
Aye.
Aye.
O'Hare. Aye.
Okay. Let's, move on to public hearing.
Can we call a TV timeout? So that I can get set up.
Sure.
Present this to you.
Yeah, well, let's take 5 minutes.
Good idea.
The coffee is so cold.
You need help?
You're welcome, but.
Thank you, Lee. I appreciate that.
through it, like there's some, like that didn't have.
And then I think it, yep.
And I want to do the working copy. Share.
So they have a couple of other years on the grass. They're like- Yes.
Right, get rid of that.
Yeah.
Did that the whole time my granddaughter was here and she'd go beep with me. Okay.
I said it on my phone.
Okay, and then we do that then. What?
Don't tell me what.
He's the little brother you never wanted, right?
I'm trying.
Okay, we're into a public hearing.
Wait.
Okay,
Okay, we're into the public hearing on Article 19.
Okay, I'll do a little quick backtracking here. We meaning the planning department, presented this Article 19 proposed change to the current land use regulation to the Planning Commission on October 24th in Rangeley. We then presented it on November 7th to the Planning Commission here in Meeker. They since tabled it, they tabled it at that meeting, and we moved it to November 21st with a few recommendations and changes to the document that we'll go through today. And at their November 21st meeting, then the final public hearing, they voted to recommend approval 5-0 of this particular document as written. And you're going to see in here some red. There's a good example on the screen right now. Those are the changes that were made, with one exception, and there was a late comment that we put in that we'll leave to this board, and that was regarding the fire protection policy that we received, and we added it, and we'll discuss that when we get there. Just to note, a further addition to the document. So without further ado, we'll jump in and we'll just start through the red changes only, just the new changes. We won't go through the entire document. Right here, the regulations pertain to utility scale facilities larger than 10 acres. That was added. We had no size limitation previously. So they the Planning Commission wanted to add rather a size restriction so that we knew anything less than 10 acres didn't have to go through this additional process. So I don't know if there's any discussion. This would be an open discussion, I suppose, at this time by the commissioners. Does anybody have any comments on that 10-acre size?
I don't have any comment.
Good. You got it. Check. We'll move through the document down here. I don't know where the next red, there it is. So the decommissioning bond and letter of credit. Prior to this change, it was 50% bond or letter of credit. And then that was, the applicant would be held accountable for that. I believe it was a year following the completion or decommissioning of the project to make sure that to assure rather that it was taken care of. All that being said, this has changed. The Planning Commission asked that it be changed to 125% of the, and there's a catch here, of the estimated reclamation plan cost. So that estimation will happen initially at the time that the application is being presented. That reclamation plan cost will be estimated. Every 3 years following that, it will be re-estimated to account for inflation, materials cost, and other things like that. I thought that was pretty well thought out by them. I had not thought of that.
So will that be adjusted every 3 years then?
It will, yeah, that's the plan. It will be readjusted every year. And let's see, I'm looking for the exact verbiage in there. I had it in here and I can't remember where it was, but yes, it's every 3 years. It will be reassessed.
On 2B.
So I'm
Yeah,
sure
2B.
2B, thank you. Every 3 years, yes, thank you. So that was the big crux of that. There's a little bit of other verbiage in here, you know, the purpose and the scope was to be defined a little bit differently. Of course, this will go through the county legal team for approval. Any further discussion on that? I can slide down a little bit if that's easier, I'm sorry, so that you can read the entire portion, including the reclamation plan.
I've got it here, so I'm good.
Okay, perfect. So, hearing none, check. Slide down through this. Okay, so this was an interesting one. K, L, and M, items K, L, and M. And I will, for the public record, I will read that. It'll be water systems, state of Colorado's approved stormwater and erosion control plans, as well as the geotechnical report. At one point, there was some concern about a conservation plan being a part of these applications. The Planning Commission had a few members of the public at their meeting, and they all is a bad term. A few of them expressed concern that items K, L, and M already address what the basis or the crux of the conservation plan. The Planning Commission collectively agreed that that was good enough, these three items. And so they chose to forego the conservation plan as an item of the requirement on the approval, or excuse me, on the application. Rather, we would assure that the conservation districts were part of the referral agency. So this, as an application comes through the planning department, it will go out to referral. One of those referrals will be the conservation districts, who will have an opportunity at that time to comment not only on that portion of it, but the entire document. So that kind of opens the door up for them a little bit, for new ideas and new suggestions. So I thought that was a really good thing at a personal level, but the board, the Planning Commission board agreed. So, is there any further comments on that?
No.
All righty. You guys are way too easy. So the visual impacts, this was added for the Planning Commission at their earlier November meeting. This was actually stolen and copied from the Routt County rules and regulations regarding solar and wind. Actually, excuse me, just solar. And so we stole that from them. The visual impacts obviously are the biggest concern for both these alternative energy sources. They're rather obtrusive, for lack of a better term. Any comments to that? Right, hearing none. I'll be slide down through the document here a little bit. So this is the portion that I discussed earlier about the regarding the fire, not only protection, but the training for our local fire departments as it concerns to a BESS. And a BESS is a battery energy storage system. Pardon me. That's also synonymous with a stationary energy storage system that the NES or NFPA 855 refers to. And I don't want to get lost in acronyms. That can get ugly, but I will read the NFPA 855 standard aloud just for the record. The standard for the installation of stationary energy storage systems provides insight into mitigation risk and helping to ensure all installations are performed appropriately, taking into account vital life safety considerations. The standard offers comprehensive criteria for the fire protection of energy storage systems installations based on the technology used, the setting where the technology is being installed, the size, and the separation of the ESS or the energy storage system installations, and last but not least, the fire suppression and control system in place. In a nutshell, that is directed more towards the fire mitigation, and it's housed within the emergency management plan or the emergency operations plan. And I would defer to Commissioner Gates at this point, who probably has more emergency operation experience than any of us. I don't know if that's a good spot to put that.
I would say so, and I'm a big fan of the NFPA codes anyway. No, I think that is a good spot, and I think that anything else should be covered down lower through the approval process. Yeah, I think that's fine.
Thank you. Yeah, and again, we have a pretty involved emergency operation plan requirement list here. And again, thanks to Commissioner Gates and our previous emergency manager who were instrumental in putting that together. Okay, well, let me go back up because this is so satisfying. Check.
It's the little things, right?
It's the little things in my life, like no man. So the lighting standard, this was kind of an interesting one. Again, something I hadn't thought of. We already have an existing lighting standard in our current land use regulation. And so we meaning the planning commission recommended that we just highlight that as an item in our list. So item X references the lighting standards, and then that appropriately points to the correct section 7303 and landscaping and lighting standards. Any comments or questions or concerns? Okay. This is, now we're down specifically to the solar collection facilities. And this was brought up by one of the landowners, the fences. We had setbacks required and earlier that were a little bit smaller, less than 100 feet by certain, or for certain. And one of the landowners at an existing approved facility stated that we shouldn't have two fences, one for cattle, livestock, and one for the solar facility itself, being an 8-foot fence. Why have them so close, or why should we have two fences? Let's rather just eliminate fences from the setback requirement. Made perfect sense. Again, something I hadn't thought of. So
His concern was that there would be a strip of land that would be just nothing but weeds.
yes, exactly. It's exactly right. Yeah, unmaintainable.
Yeah.
For a multitude of reasons, I think too, the cost as well.
Yeah.
So that was addressed in the setbacks, and then the setbacks were thus increased. And we also added, meaning the planning commission also added an unimproved road and an improved road section. So they wanted to break those setbacks from roads out a bit. So 500 feet from an improved road, and this is where we can rely on our road and bridge director if he has any comments on this, but 500 feet from an improved road, highway. Again, that's going to help with the visual impacts, but more importantly, to keep the funneling of game, weeds, all of this stuff away from the public right of ways. And then, of course, an unimproved road would be like a 2-track BLM road. There's no reason to go 500 feet from that because they're all over and which ones are considered roads and so on and so forth. So they just broke it out and said 100 feet. Scott, do you have anything to add to that? I know that's throwing this on your plate on the run.
The only thing that I had now, and I asked, because I know you see this, when we were at that training, the CCI training there, one of the things they said they are doing is including the training when they have a solar farm come in with the fire department with the battery storage. I was going to
Just more.
road, sorry.
Well, we'll address that real quick. That's in the emergency operations plan. And that will be training as a part of that, not only for our local officials, but our emergency officials as well.
So, and then in turn to add to that, the EOP will be shared with that dispatch center having jurisdiction of the facility, and then also shared with the chiefs if they need it. Sometimes they don't want all the EOP stuff. So if it's housed within the dispatch centers, then they should know, okay, we're responding to this solar farm. They can pull up that EOP and get that information as needed. That answers your question.
I just need to make sure my guys stay awake.
Good.
Yes, sir.
Any comments on those? Very good. We'll move on to the, oh wait, I thought there was one more box. Oh, there's two. Moving on, the REA, by the way, after our last meeting, the REA came in and offered a few more changes prior to our last planning commission meeting. They came in and offered some changes. Again, things that I had never thought of before, and I guess that's why we go through this process. They wanted to add item, I guess you say that, Roman numeral 7. Setback requirements for above ground public utilities apply only to pre-existing utility infrastructure. Setbacks do not apply to above ground utilities that service the proposed project. I hadn't thought of that until they said it. Makes perfect sense. We should clarify that so that they are not limited by in their design or their build. They're the experts. Let them do that. But anything that's existing will have a setback requirement. So good catch by them, and thank you to the REA for this. They were actually great to work with and very helpful. With that, I am proud and happy to say I'm done. And the staff recommends approval of allowing Article 19 to be added to the current land use regulation with these changes that you see in red, and the entire document as previously viewed and reviewed.
Thank you for all your hard work on that.
Yeah.
I know you want to do it again.
That's right up there. Yeah.
Is there any other discussion or comments from the public?
I'm not sure, Doug.
Is anybody online?
Don't have any comments online.
Okay. Good. So, and you,
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve resolution 2024-43, a resolution of the Board of County Commissioners of Rio Blanco County, Colorado, approving Article 19, solar collector and wind energy facility regulations, addition to the Rio Blanco County land use regulations, LUR.
Second that.
okay. And there's no more discussions.
I would like to recognize during this time, the local agencies, the local commissions, so most of which you guys have appointed, planning commission specifically, and all of your time, staff's time. It's an amazing process to go through this. Even though it's only 12 pages, it's encompassed over a year of diligence, and hats off to those. Conservation District specifically was involved with that as well. So I just want to say thank you. And as much as I appreciate that, those kind words, Ty, I in no way, shape, or form did this alone. In fact, I would have messed it up. So thank you to all those helps. Good.
I'd like to, before you vote, I'd like to acknowledge that this has gone for public meetings, both Rangeley and here, along with the PUC, or not PUC, the PC. And it has been vetted, repeatedly by the various organizations and things like that. So this has been a long process with a lot of input by the BOCC in order to get this done.
Thank you.
Thanks, Lee.
Tom, would you call the roll, please?
O'Hare. Aye. Overton.
Aye.
Gates.
Aye.
Good. So we're down to other business, road and bridge update.
The big chair,
Wait.
little chair. You want the one? Huh?
Yeah, wait. Quick, so for road and bridge, we've been on the snow when we get snow, been reclaiming East Douglas and Texas Creek Pit and Rangeley. They've been doing a lot of pit work, getting the good material separated out and start reclaiming some of them as we are moving along. Getting our good material so we can actually start using it in the spring. We did fix County Road 77 bridge. The rail had a slight deflect accident in it. It went out, welded that. Got all of our equipment totally ready for snow removal, wings on blades, everything else. Finished up the culvert on County Road 15. The ditch cleaning on 15 and 8, trying to get all the rocks out of the ditch. Got some salt sand mixed up and got it on that. Landfill, everything's been going pretty smooth there. Engineering, we're still waiting on Beth. She left, but we're waiting on her. Also, we got the grant for 17. And we have a meeting set up for Anschutz and following up on County Road 77 bridge next week on the 17th.
Very good. Thanks, Scott. County Administrator.
Yay, I got a report to you all, but it was still late, but at least I did get one, so. Yay me. So just a lot of budget meetings, going through budget, but more budget. And, so this afternoon, or as soon as this is over, we can start going through the actual, if there's any additional comments, there's a few things that we need to still address. Hats off to Lisa, who has just been tremendous through this whole thing. And Janae also came in and walked through with us our capital projects and where funds were and how much was allocated to this and helped tidy up some stuff. So I've just learned a lot through this process. Next year, I've got some plans to make sure as we're going through it, we're, if part of the budget, there's so many graphs and charts. And with, a lot of people can interpret information differently. The graphs don't do a lot for me, but I know we need that part in there, but there'll be a lot of those things that we maybe scale back. So there's not as much colorful artwork in there and really, so it makes it more impactful, kind of like the original ones that Janae did, which seemed to be a little bit easier to understand and read. But anyways, we'll work on that. So we're getting close to finishing up the budget. Today's discussion, we have CSU extension, capital projects, and then whether you're going to want to use anything for CCITF or CGGF grant funding, or if you want to do any of those projects for capital expenditures using those funds. The budget adoption hearing is scheduled for Thursday, December 12th at 1 o'clock. We're going to change that to 1 o'clock p.m. So we will renotice that. And that particularly, just to, for your information, any comments about objections to the budget need to be filed by Wednesday, December 11th at 5 p.m. so that you guys can take a serious look at those and see if there's any comments or things that need to be addressed. Those comment letters, if there are any, will be attached to the budget by adoption, and you'll review those as you adopt that. There won't be necessarily a public comment period about those items that've got to be submitted ahead of time. You can address those as they come up. So anyways, there'll be a time for us to look at if there's any additional changes. But again, this is the adoption of the budget, so it's pretty much the final at that point. So I don't expect it to last long. We may know more if we have any comments. Personnel update. We've reposted the paralegal position, refined it, put it together to see how we can best utilize that position to support me, to support doing the agenda. Dawn's, also one of our big projects is to try and solidify our roads and bridges and our agreements. At the CCI conference, we attended a really good meeting between what is a county road and what is a public road. And as with most counties, 1147, what's that? The Forest Service roads, 1147, or that grant? Yeah. So anyways, there's several different distinguishing characteristics of roads and what our responsibility are for those roads and what our responsibilities aren't. So one of the things that we definitely would benefit from is having a very detailed road acceptance map of when we got something, how do we get it, what does it mean, what does it do, those kinds of things. So that is something that I'm hoping that this paralegal position will be able to tackle, which is researching those records, doing a deep dive and getting in Sean's vault and pulling paper basically is what that's gonna take.
It was an interesting class.
It was a very good class.
Looking forward.
Doug, you,
It was interesting to me that there are public roads that are not county roads.
Yeah.
There's a whole classification of roads and the county road, public roads don't have to be county roads.
no. And that's the thing is we don't necessarily have a good identifying factor of whether it's a county road or a public road. We can't just point to some of those smaller roads and say, is it county or is it public? And so that's what we're gonna document and get that solidified. So yeah, that was a really good class. I learned a lot at that one. So we're also drafting an agreement with the conservation districts for shared natural resources policy employee. That position will actually be partially paid by them and by us, but it will be a Rio Blanco County employee. At this moment it is. Again, we do not have the agreement written yet with the conservation districts, but we thought this might be a better option to split those costs rather than us each having separate people to fill the same role. It will be one of those that we may have to pivot. We're gonna go down a road and see how it works and then modify it as we see fit, but hopefully that will work out for us. Some very sad news, which I know you all know, Beth is gonna be moving on. She's our grant administrator. I'm trying to think, grant writer. She's found some greener pastures and they're pretty green. So, we're going to miss her. She's done a phenomenal job for the county. God worked with her. Eric's worked with her. I think just about every department that has had a grant has worked with her, and she's awesome. There may be some contracting possibilities in the future. So what we're going to have to do is look at that position and say, with knowing that there are going to be some changes in the funding, is that something that we continue to hire in-house? Because it may be even more important that we have somebody that can really do a deep dive and find grants and funding for us. Or is it something we do it by contract? That's going to have to be a discussion we'll have to have a little bit later on. So we'll get to that.
We don't know what the feds are doing. The grants might dry up. We don't know where we're going.
Or it might be because then there might be other private funding sources that we could tap. So, I had a really good lunch with Beth and she gave me some, sound advice that, when grants do dry up, maybe that's even more incentive to have a specific grant person that can go out and find those things for you. But now whether that's contract, whether that's in-house, and then management of the grants. So there's a lot of different avenues there, but just for sure, Beth is going to be very sorely missed. Very sorely missed. She's done a phenomenal job. So Beth, if you're listening. She might be I don't know if she's watching or not on YouTube, but anyways, it's on YouTube. Beth, you're phenomenal. Gonna miss you. So along with that though, next is some new hires. I just want to recognize some new folks that have started since the last time I was able to bring this list up. And we've got Nick Smith is our fairgrounds manager. He's just jumped right in with both feet. Of course, he's very familiar with the fairgrounds. He's also a fair board member, but we've talked about making sure he minimizes any conflicts and abstains from any votes that could possibly be a conflict. He's got some great ideas, and we're just, again, it's a new way we're going to tackle it. There could be some changes. We might have to pivot. We might have to say this works, this doesn't. Under Scott's direction, I think it'll be great. And Tina's going to be providing him some support. So thank you, and Tina. One more job duty, one feather in your cap. Anyways, I'm excited to see how this position rolls out. We've got Caitlin McPherson, who started at the Sheriff's Office as a dispatcher. So welcome to Caitlin. Kristen Rich started at the White River Roundup as a cook in Rangeley. Brittany Tafoya accepted her full-time land operator position. She was fired from her temporary position, right? Wasn't fired her and then hired her. She says, you told me you're fired. That's not what I hired her. She ignored him and said, no, it's not.
So she's gonna stay there.
It doesn't matter. You can fire me, I'm staying. She's a character.
I don't think we fire people. We just free up their future.
That's like my old boss, Sandy Brandon used to say. Awesome. We're just going to free up their future. Justin Davis became the lead operator at Road and Grid and was promoted. You didn't have to fire him first, though, right? Okay. And received as an operation from an operator. Nick Valesco was hired on at the landfill. Todd Zitmeyer is facilities maintenance. Brent Bodkin is starting as a road and bridge operator. Roger Rowley is a facilities maintenance and custodian. And Zach Hart is a facilities maintenance and custodian. So when you see the new folks, please give them a shout, a hi and a hello, and welcome to Rio Blanco. Starting in, one of the things I want to touch on is in January, we're going to start some training for, it's really like more of a customer service training and a relationship training, how we talk to each other, how we deal with each other, how do we communicate with each other. It should be really good, and it'll be for commissioners on down to everybody. And we'll try to rotate people in that because I think it'll be very beneficial for us and hopefully encourage a positive culture. I don't know how to say that. So basically increasing our culture with positive comments. You know, when there's a situation we have to address, we address it the most professional way we can. And it's really a communications thing. And, you know, I may say something that offends you, but, you know, I've got to remember in my mind, how does this person maintain information and how do they respond? So, you know, it's not only how I communicate, but how I understand that you might communicate. It'll just be a good lesson for us, I think. Trainings and meetings, we've talked about it before. I went to a CGFOA, which is Governmental Finance Officers Association. It was phenomenal. Lisa was there, made some incredible contacts, learned a lot of it was way over my head. And there's a reason why governmental accounting is not easy. Not only it's kind of one of those things that, and Lisa, correct me if I'm wrong, but you can become a CPA and have no idea what's going on governmental accounting. It's all of that. And then again, too, between governmental account, you know, there's special districts, there's, you know, all the different breakdowns, and then you get to county governments, and it can become extremely intense and just confusing. So thank God for Lisa. Thank you for that. Thank you for being here. Went to several classes on GASB, budgeting, risk analysis, investments, which is really, really good information. Then got Thanksgiving. The next week was Colorado CC Counties Inc. Wonderful class that I went to on new commissioner training. I had one for ADA accessibility, the non-lethal wolf complex resolutions. That was pretty interesting. And the county roads. There was also a lot of other things that happened. The commissioners were so nice and recommending me for an award for county administrators. I did not receive the award, but I was very humbled by your letter. Thank you for that. And they did mention that at the meeting. So thank you guys for that. ADA. Because of the budget, I did not focus on ADA as much, but we've got another deadline pending. We've got additional cleanup that we need to do. We're up for a refresh with our website with Civic Engage, and we'll be working on that. So the website will look a little differently than it does now. We'll hopefully clean that up, make it real more of a black and white, easier to read type thing. We have contracted with Continual Engine. We've had a little bit of a rocky start and nobody's able to actually get in and do it. But this is the document accessibility.
They did just send over an email earlier this morning stating that we had all been using the wrong website and login, and I did test the new one and it did allow me to upload.
Oh, wonderful. And so what the software does is basically you can take a document like Chrissy will use it for your agendas. She will take that document, pop it into the system. The system will help her to make sure it's ADA accessible. Then we can add that document back out to the website. So whether, you know, forms, things like that, where right now we're kind of hamstrapped and I don't know how to reorganize this to make it visible for a screen reader. This software will help us do that. Then it also has another option where we can take big documents and let's say the LUR, for instance. No way one of us is remediating that, but what we could possibly do is send it to them and then say, okay, it's going to cost $3,000, $5,000, whatever that dollar amount is. And then as commissioners or as the department head or the elected official, they can say, yeah, that's worth it to me to do that. And we can budget for it and have that full document remediated. So again, there's lots of options with it. I'm excited that it sounds like it's been fixed up. And let's see. We've also are kicking off a pilot program. Thank you to Scott and Solid Waste Landfill and Antina. It'll also help on that. And what we're going to do is they're going to utilize the continual engine software and also work with the website itself and see if they can make it ADA accessible. Because one of the things the landfill has is a lot of permits and notices and certificates and a whole bunch of things. And what this may help us do is get our website back going in the right direction where we are able to be, rather than we stripped it down to lock it down, make it so we're not going to get sued. This will help us to open that information back up. If it goes well, we may look at that for other areas where solid waste landfill did have the revenues to offset that. It makes it a good test site to attempt that. And let's see. So I think that's it. I already mentioned about the adoption meeting. Are there any questions?
I don't have any. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
So we're down to commissioner updates. Who would like to start?
I'll go.
Sure. Ladies first.
So I attended some NACO meetings, public lands election recap. They had, kind of breaking down where the changes were made, in the House and Senate. And then, attended the CPW Wolf meeting that, the county and CPW worked on together, to talk about the wolves. Thank you for putting that together, Doug. I attended an E911 meeting, attended some CCI meetings. The governor's budget brief was one of them, and some behavioral health meetings. The governor's budget brief, I was glad I attended that before going to CCI. I went to the CCI conference, and there's Commissioner Carrie Warren-Goley described it the best. And when she asked the governor this question, and it was around the human services world, and how she worded it was, what are we going to do? Because we have a perfect tsunami in the human services world of budget cuts. And the governor because the governor has cut core services, which is in child welfare. I attended the CWAC and WAC, which is the Works Allocation Committee, as well as Child Welfare Allocation Committee meetings at CCI. And they are predicting, the state is predicting that in the human services world, that there is going to be a 1/6 of their overall budget is going to be county only dollars coming soon. And so where do we cut? How do we cut? Because those programs are mandated. And so I think that that's what we have to start talking about is those unmandated services. And those are what's going to start getting cut, because these county only dollars are going to be moved over to public health, human services, because those are mandated. Emergency, is another program that's mandated that we have to have funding for, road and bridge. So I think that those are some of the things that some hard conversations that are going to have to start with the Board of County Commissioner. This next budget cycle, if that prediction with human services is really, they didn't give us a number, they just gave us a percentage, and that was a scary percentage. And like I said, Carrie asked the very good question of the governor of what are we going to do moving forward, because we have to have these services in place. We don't get to cut foster care. We don't get to cut a service that a kid might need while they're in the care of human services. So just want to throw that out there. Attended the career pathways that Tammy Doris had talked about earlier. It was a great outcome. The kids just coming and asking some wonderful, wonderful questions. I have to say, those meager 8th grade kids, wow, some of their questions were very deep. And I even had to stop and think, and a way to answer like, what do you do as a commissioner? And I mean, they were questioning me and I was impressed, very impressed with them. I attended the State Board of Human Services meeting as well as attended the CCI conference. I want to give a huge shout out to Doug, Vicky, and Scott who took care of me during that time. I'm still non-weight bearing. And I kept asking, do you realize what this entails to take me over there? And Doug had even said, well, I will pick you up in Rangeley and bring you. And I was like, okay, I guess I'm going. So thank you guys for taking care of me. I really do appreciate it. It was, and it was good to go. I didn't realize how much I was going to miss it by not going because I've attended every one since becoming a commissioner. So anyway, that's the end of mine.
Perfect. I would just like to start off, as Doug mentioned earlier, this is my last formal meeting. And I would like to thank all the constituents in Rio Blanco County for entrusting me in this position over the last 4 years, and to the staff. I've worked with some of you guys for a very, very long time, and we've had a lot of ups and downs. I've got to work with Jennifer prior when I was the EM, and then as a commissioner, and Doug on the fire board, and then as a commissioner, Scott when I was the EM and he was with CDOT, and Miss Vicky when I became a brand new EM, she had to teach me how to use the copier and how all that stuff worked. So she kind of held my hand. I've known Laura for pretty much my whole life. Sean, I mean, some of you I've went to school with, but I'm very proud of this county. I'm very proud of our employees and our staff, and I'll miss you guys.
Miss you too. Okay. So I met with the veterans. There was 3 departments of the veterans that met with Joe Dungan and I to discuss what the veterans were doing in the county, and if Joe was doing his job, and if they could do anything else for us. And we all agreed when we got out of the meeting that Joe is doing a very good job and is really good at what he's doing and utilizing all of the programs that the VA has available. And I also met with the town of Meeker, the town of Rangeley. We went to Rangeley for a meeting to discuss how we can cooperate in the future of the county, and that's working out pretty well. We have more meetings and are planning accordingly. And I attended the CPW meeting with the community. We had over 250 people there. That was pretty impressive that we had that many people that came together to talk to the CPW, and it was very informative, and the people were polite, and it was a good meeting. And they're not going to release wolves in Rio Blanco County. So that was yeah. I also went to AGNC and Rifle, Associated Governments in Northwest Colorado. I attended the CCI meeting to discuss the governor's budget, and there was a lot of good stuff in there. They're going to put more and more on the counties and take more away, the funding away, and it's going to get tougher because of not only what we have to do in the county, but the state is I don't know if you guys know that the state swept some of our severance tax money this year, and we depend on that. So I don't. Budgeting next year is going to be a challenge. Then I went to the CCI Winter Conference with the commissioners and Jennifer and Vicky, Scott. Attended sessions, everything from fires to solar. battery storage. I did a lot of stuff, a lot of different things, and got a lot of, I get a lot out of that just talking to the other commissioners and getting different ideas and asking them questions and things. It really helps me a lot. One of the things that happened at that conference that I'm proud of and the county should be proud of is Jennifer O'Hearn was elected freshman CCI Commissioner of the Year. Out of 64 counties, Jennifer got that award. That's pretty extraordinary. I'm going to read you a little bit of what they said about her. Jennifer's dedicated hard work and outstanding achievements have set a remarkable example for her peers and our community. With over 25 years of experience in human services across Mesa, Garfield, and Rio Blanco counties, her commitment to excellence is truly commendable. Additionally, Jennifer has been nominated to serve on the State Board of Human Services, and we wish her luck in that endeavor. We are honored to celebrate her success and contributions. Congratulations, Jennifer, on a job well done.
Good job.
Yeah.
That's all I have. So I guess we're going to adjourn this meeting. And are we going to go right into the workshop, or are we going to take a break?
We can take a break. You can go later. You don't have to go earlier.
We can't adjourn yet because we still have two more items, Jeff Cheney as well as Mike.
We can go.
Yeah, we can recess, but we can't
Okay.
adjourn.
So we're going to recess. And so are we going to, so we start back up at 1 o'clock then? Or do you want to?
Yeah, I mean, that would
Can we
be,
go into the budget? Yeah, no.
we can. Sure, because you guys just have to wait till 11. So you can't ever start early, but you can start later. So if you want to start with the budget, we can do that, or we can go to lunch. We can come back at 1, whatever you want to do.
Whatever.
How long is the budget thing?
That really is up to you. We just have a few items on it. Depending if you have any questions, you want to go back over something. The capital projects probably will take a little bit longer time period just to review those. Trevor is here somewhere. I think he's right there. And was Eric going to be up for this at all, or are you just going to carry the mail on? Okay.
I can if I need to.
Okay. I think most of them are in that field. So
We can have.
Let's just take 5 minutes and then we'll get back into it. Okay.
okay, perfect.
You're gonna buy the roof furnished.
You want
It doesn't matter where. What's easiest for Chris.
Maker Cafe is Hang on. There we go. We're good.
Okay. Okay, let's, start with a, special work session for the budget. Discussion and revisions.
So, couple of things, and I don't know where.
So yeah, Eric, go ahead and get started.
All right, I'm gonna go ahead and discuss ongoing capital improvement projects, where we stand for that, for the 24 and 25 budget. The first being, the Meeker Airport Waterline project. This project was initially budgeted back in 2023. We started with a $1 million budget, based off an engineer assessment. Through the process, we spent about $100,000 on engineering services and soft costs. $212,000 or $202,000 on materials and $515,000 on construction cost. We had adjusted the budget in 2024 to $915,000. We are about 95% complete on that project. We have the line that's being completed, the testing, sanitizing, and all that stuff is being done this week. Given site conditions and weather, we knew we were gonna have to remove in the contractor to do cleanup work in the spring and seeding, and so during that time, we'll also finish the other 12 service taps. So the way the split will work is we'll have expended $734,000 in 2024 for this project. We are moving $125,000 forward to 2025, and we have brought this project in for a total completion of $859,000.
Eric, the rollover is how much? One more time.
$125,000 being moved to 2025, and then the total project sum will be $859,000.
Thank you, Eric. That was, saved money and did a good job. Thank you.
Yes, it was, this fall has been very kind to us on the weather and getting that project done. The next project I'd like to discuss was we had originally budgeted $100,000 for the Columbine Park office improvement project. We then went after a $100,000 DOLA match grant for that project in 2023. We were awarded that grant project, and so for 2024 we had a total project value of $200,000 for that project. We've done design and we've completed design, and we've issued it out for general contractor bid. We received 3 bids, the lowest being $511,000 and the highest being $818,000. We've elected to move forward the remaining $174,000 in that budget to 2025. We're going to reissue that. The plan is to reissue that project out for bid. At that point, when those bids come in, depending on where those bids sit, we'll need to make a determination of increasing those budgets or revising the scope of that project. It's my personal belief that we should heavily look at revising that scope. Given the cost of construction right now and the need for that facility, I think it would not hurt to revise that to utilizing our remaining sums to continue improvements on the building, but not to the broader scope that is included in the DOLA application for the EEO service facility.
Eric, we have already expended 24,000 on that. 12,000's been reimbursed. Is that right?
Yes, roughly 12,000. We take $100 from DOLA.
Okay.
Any questions on that project?
And then I've got some questions, but it can wait till the budget bids come in and we see how it works out.
Well, and this is part of that. If we're going to roll over the remaining amount of those funds to the 2025 budget.
I think we have to at this time,
Okay.
at this point. Yeah. Jennifer?
So, that brings us to, new projects for 2025. Um,
Can I have you hold for just 1 second? We've only had Jefferson Chain for a few minutes before he probably has to be back, and this could take. You sure you want to sit through the whole budget meeting though?
Jeff, we've been waiting on you. We're ready for you.
yeah, we'll jump right in. I'll talk to Howard, but.
So we're going to jump back into our commissioners meeting. So you'll need to record again. Hi, Jeff.
I'm very sorry.
That's okay. We appreciate you.
Thank you for having me.
That law book have anything to do with what you're gonna do here today? Oh.
Okay. Like it's a little intimidating.
Maybe the next CA will read it.
Yeah.
All right, I just got out of court, so again, I'm really sorry. With your permission, I'll just make a record for why I'm here. I sent an email that explained that, an issue has been brought to all of the DA's attention around the state, given the new legislation setting the minimum salary for a district attorney in all the judicial districts as of July 1, 2026. The legal rub is that our statute, the same statute that's codified in, requires the DA salary to be set at the beginning of their 4-year term. So I stand or sit before you, but respectfully ask that you would consider setting the district attorney who will succeed me, set their salary prior to their first day at the beginning of their term, consistent with that legal requirement. Now, I presented a draft resolution that I would tell you was was trying to advocate for the next DA. And I would qualify my presentation to you as I benefit in no way from any decision you make. I'll be long gone from the district attorney's office. But I think given the statute, and that's 21301, subparagraph 1A, Roman numeral 6, I think that as of July 1, 2026, the judicial districts will have to pay the elected DA no less than that which a district court judge makes. And at that time today, I gathered this from state judicial's advertisement for vacancies. It is $198,798. So that's what it is today. That's what district court judges make. And I think that the way that I approached this was not to ask for any modification in next year's budget. You all have been kind enough, and all the counties have approved that, but that the resolution be passed, nevertheless, setting a schedule so that there's no ambiguity about the salary being set at the beginning of Ben Soller's term to comply with this law. So I think there's two courses of action, I would say. Course of action number one is approve the draft resolution that I presented. Course of action number two would be decide something different, but in no event let it be not be resolved that at least by July 1, 2026, the district attorney's salary will be that 198,000. I can't even read the number because I'm so disappointed that my timing is so bad. $198,798. I did ask in the resolution that I presented for some type of cost of living, and that be done. And I took this resolution that I proposed from a Weld County, a peer of mine, whose salary had been set back in 2016, and then again in 2020. I just basically took the model that county commissioners there had approved, and they had a very similar schedule like this. I wish he had given that to me back in, 2016 when I started as the DA. No, I wouldn't have been greedy, but, I'm asking that you, take this issue serious. I think it's required by law. And so I think that the best I can present it to you is that, I don't have a motive, for myself, that there's two courses of action, the resolution I proposed or something different, but make darn sure that it's resolved in writing by the county commissioners that no later than, July 1, 2026, the DA's salary will be, that amount which a district court judge.
So we can just do this resolution that will increase that salary at that point? Or does it have to start at the beginning of his?
There's opinion all over the map on that. I think it probably is up to the lawyer you asked.
Yeah.
I approached it as a compromise, basically that you all have already done the work to approve our budget for next year. So, just not mess with next year's salary. But that a resolution be voted on. I think that the resolution, the template I was given by a peer from Weld County, no one has taken issue with that. So in terms of the argument that, no, you got to set it right in the beginning at this amount. I'm not aware of any issue that came up, but I do think people take umbrage to it. People say, no, it's got to be 198, 780 as of the first day of the first of the term of the new DA. Since I'm not getting paid to give legal opinions to the county, I did copy the resolution to Don so that he could take a look at it in advance. I don't think you can really go wrong unless your course of action is sorry. We're not gonna pass any resolution about that salary. It'll be what it is in next year's budget, and the next DA can present their budget for subsequent years. Do you think that would be legally wrong? I think it's probably right if you adopt the resolution that I proposed. Sorry, I can't get good attorneys give good crystal clear opinion, and so I've never said that I'm a good attorney. But I think that other districts have approached it the way that I've proposed, and not settled chisel and stone on one number for the first day of the 4-year term. They've allowed for increases over the years. However, that was memorialized in a resolution voted on by the commissioner. I will be going to the other counties if they'll hear me. I think that Pickens County has agreed to hear me, and I think they in principle agree that we need to do this. I think Mr. Solar's first day will be January the 14th. So that's why I'm trying to get in here.
So we're the first county you're at?
I'm sorry?
We're the first county that you proposed this to?
You are.
Yeah.
Yes. That's because Chrissy and Vicky were nice enough to work with me, get me in front of you, because I knew that time is.
Sure.
And I think your last open, big meeting.
Yeah.
I want to make sure it was included. And I think Don's had some.
I've done some looking at that, of course, and Weld County's a little different situated because the 19th judicial district is Weld County and vice versa. That's right. Only one county versus 3 counties. And I'm a little reluctant for Rio Blanco County to set the DA's salary as a single county of 1 of 3 of the district. I don't oppose this, if that makes sense. But one of the things that we've always done in this county. And from what I can tell is we, basically left it up to the DA to set the salaries based on the budgets presented. Well, not of himself necessarily, herself, of the staff in the office. And one of the thoughts that I had was rather than setting the salary is to authorize that salary to be set based on budgetary considerations. And that would mean, Picken County and Garfield County fall in line with that as well. And so I've been reading that AG opinion and also the opinions of the CCAA, just, something new that I think we're all kind of scrambling with. There's opinion there, which I'm kind of scratch my head, kind of like beat with you on that, whether or not it automatically goes because it's legislative. Because the Constitution basically says that you don't get a increase in salary during the pendency of your term. But I think what I'll potentially going to recommend is a modification of 12 County that authorizes the setting of the salary, presuming that the BOCC is willing to do that. Based on budgetary considerations and the following in line with the other two counties in education. But other than that, I think the rest of it I'm okay with.
Jeff, we appreciate what you've done and are sorry to see you go. Do you think that the salary for the district attorney has any well, I'm sure it does have an influence. Do you think we would get more participation with a larger salary? I mean, it seems like we have a hard time getting DAs to step up.
No question. 17 out of the 22 judicial districts were unopposed. That tells you something.
Yeah.
It tells you the people who are willing to, I have no retirement. So, I chose to serve. I signed up for the prospect of being term limited and then having to restart a career after I completed my terms. I'm not so sure financially that was smart for me to do. I've seen you in Lowe's. I think there's no secret that I've worked a part-time job number of years that I have been the district attorney. Now, I chose to do that because it was a good sort of mental break for me, not deal with the stuff that I deal with. But it also puts you out there in the community, so I've learned a lot of things walking the concrete floors of Lowe's for 27,000 steps a day on a Saturday. You talk with people, they share things with you. I'm sure you all know as representatives of the community, when you get out there in the community, you learn things that you wouldn't learn sitting in your office. Now I will say I had to do that because, for whatever reason, I needed that income. So I think to answer your question is, I don't think there's a whole lot of people that would be willing to work a second job and bear the burden that I've bore, that the DAs bear. I don't think it's inappropriate for a DA to get paid as much as a district court judge who has no real HR supervisory responsibility. Budgetary, they don't really have to submit budgets. The district court judges, they don't supervise. I have lawyers that have to supervise. I'm responsible under the rules of professional conduct and the statutes for their performance. I'm responsible to a whole lot of citizens across 3 counties. I don't think it's unreasonable to ask for the to at least get paid at what a judge gets. I know their job is hard too. I'm not saying that their job is hard, but I think that in our society we recognize people who have leadership and supervisory responsibility, and the burden that comes with that. Like if someone screws up that you lead,
it rolls uphill.
Yeah.
And so I think that has reflected a lack of motivation to sign up to do this. Not all judicial districts, you can make arguments that distinguish judicial districts like Don did. You say, well, county, that's just one county. Yeah, Mesa County, the 21st, one county. The 9th is like the majority of the judicial districts. It's more than one county. So it has to go to all the county districts. And I think that in that vein, you have an ability to make a distinguishing argument about why a DA ought to get paid less over here or over here. But the bottom line is that the commitment and the salary, has influenced those who would sign up to do it. I think that's why the legislature did what they did. It became a crisis. I've alluded to that in my letter that I sent you. I think there's going to be a real shortage of people wanting to do the job, just even as a basic prosecutor, much less the DA.
Yeah, I don't want this to reflect on you because we've been really lucky to have you and your quality and what you brought to the county. But I think that we need to increase that wage or go along with that just because of the quality of person that it attracts. I mean, if you get what I'm trying to say is that I think we'll get a more broad view of applications and be able to pick.
I think what you're saying, Doug, is there's only one way up.
Yeah.
You can always improve. I certainly know that there are better people than me who could, and I don't take umbrage with what you're saying. I do think that there are highly qualified people who do this much more than me. And I think it is important. It's a commitment to get quality, professional, ethical attorneys to sign up to do this, particularly when, and that was one point I forgot to make. I hadn't drank all my Red Bull for the day, but it just triggered a thought that I had that I wanted to verbalize, and that is when you distinguish other judicial districts, not all judicial districts are term limited, but you have the realistic possibility, whatever your opinion on term limit, of a DA saying, I'm going to be a DA for a long time and I'll get a retirement.
Yeah.
I won't have to take a break for a minimum of 4 years because you might get beat and replaced after a 4-year term, or knowing me, and I knew this and I'm not frustrated by it. I knew it. It's 8 years and I have to be done. And so other judicial districts don't have that. So there are ways that you can distinguish why, people like to get paid more here, maybe less there. But I do think it's important. I don't think that just not setting it is legally appropriate. No offense to Don. I think the statute says what it says. If it's unconstitutional, then there needs to be some legal action on the part. But I think that it says in no uncertain terms, as of July 1, 2026, the DA shall make what a district court judge makes. And I think just having a resolution that says, based on budgetary concerns, is not sufficient. I think it needs to be tied to that number. I think you could leave it unquantified by maybe saying that amount which a district court judge makes as approved. That might be appropriate. But just to say due to budgetary concerns, I'm not sure that means. And that's not what I'm saying either. I'm saying that to allow for the setting of the salary for the new coming in DA, but make it contingent as for Pitkin and Garfield County as well, because I don't think we have the authority to unilaterally set the DA salary.
So because we pay a percentage of that salary bucket, what would happen hypothetically if Pitkin said, no, we're not going to do that? Then the burden would be split between the Fairfield and Rio, right? I guess that's what,
Well, I've never seen anything like that happen in any of the other judicial districts. But I think that in multi-county districts, each county has a responsibility to fund the office. And but not independently of the other county. So I think making a contingent on, that if Pickett and Garfield County agree, I have no problem with that. I just don't want to be holding Rio Blanco because that's new territory.
I see what you're saying and I feel a little bit more comfortable with what you're saying. How to articulate that maybe is a question. Maybe just adding language to the resolution that this being consistent with the other two counties. I did include basically the whereas provisions that this is a three district county. And I did do one of these for each of the counties. There would be unanimity. It would be great if it was just one county. I think there's a good argument to make for every county to say we're entitled to have our own DA. And you don't have the issue about people having to travel so far. Like sometimes we've had to go up to Aspen or here or Rangeley, but I see what you're saying. I feel better about that. I think there's a way that you could articulate it. I'm just asking, not really for you to pass anything today. I just wanted to raise your attention to it and ask you to take action before Mr. Stoller's first day of his 4-year term, so that we remain compliant.
Yeah. And I just want to touch on the term limits and the salaries, that throughout government, when you put term limits on somebody, they almost have to get more salary because it's just like you said, why would you take, if you're 30 years old and you go to work till you're 38 and then you got to start your career over again. So somehow there's got to be compensation for that.
Appreciate your recognition. I think, as I said in the letter I sent you with the budget this year, is that I think a lot of people look at the district attorney position as a stepping stone, political ladder step. I never had. I despise, no offense to politicians in the ring, I despise politics. I held my nose to do it. I have been a career prosecutor when allowed by the circumstances. And so, that's why I did it. So some people will do it and not really worry too much about the salary because they got the time.
Yeah.
I've been approached to run for certain things. I'm like, that's not what I did this for. I doubt I'll even run for HOA president.
If you run from it, huh?
I'm good.
You good? So I think that we're okay with doing that with the considerations that the other counties are on board with it. However, lawyer talk does that.
I think the stab of making the change, I'll send it back to you and probably include Robert and Heather on all of that too. So we can all be on the same page of what what their input might be.
logistically wise, we have the adoption of the budget on Thursday, but then we do have December 22nd will be the last meeting before your next January meeting. So
we can do this on the 22nd.
the 22nd.
That should give us time.
We canceled the 22nd.
We're doing the 12th.
No. The certification of the mill levy, we have to do the certification of the mill levy. The not certification of the mill levy, the allocation of the levies. On that December 20, isn't it the 22nd?
Sunday.
Let me double check, 20th,
It's like a 20th,
the 20th.
I think.
You could even do it in January, as long as it's.
Yeah.
And I think, he'll be the new DA about 9:02 a.m. or however long it takes to do the whole 14.
One way or another, we'll get it done before then.
Appreciate it. Whatever I can do to help I will. Could you send it to me in a word first? Not sure, but I will. Okay, that sounds good. If you do that, that'd be helpful. Yeah. Hey, I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for having me, and I really apologize for being late.
Thank you for your years.
I was not long-winded in court today, so, which is in the knowledge. We're used to waiting for attorneys, either having to go to court. Thank y'all so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you much.
Thank you, Jeff, for what you've done for the county too.
Thank you. I really appreciate it. I'm glad I got to come up and see you. I don't see it before you. Yes, same here. I'll email back to you. Okay, thanks.
We'll see you next summer in Arkansas.
What is this all?
You got it.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. So John, keep your recorder going. You got it. Okay, so Eric, we will make up for work. Not yet. So now we're gonna do your next item on your agenda, Commissioner, to finish off the agenda. The presentation.
Mike Sizinger?
Singer.
Sizinger, I'm sorry.
Come on up, guys.
Good afternoon.
Come on ahead. Anthony? Where'd Anthony go?
He's right here. He's coming.
Oh.
How much time have we got? We don't want lunch to get served cold.
You're fine. You're fine.
Okay. Well, my name is Mike Singer. I'm the Regional Operations Manager for Enterprise Products, PM's gas gathering and processing assets here in the basin. We operate across three counties, Garfield, Rio Blanco, and Mesa. And I'm going to let my supervisors introduce themselves. This is my leadership team. We're short one. Clyde Morgan, he's the operations supervisor over the Central Treaty Facility. They're doing a little piping project up there today, so he couldn't make it. But I'll let Doug kick it off and introduce yourself and what you do for Enterprise.
Hello. Like Mike said, I'm with Enterprise. We have assets in Mesa, Garfield, Rio Blanco County. So that's basically my area of responsibility.
Chris Weber, Enterprise operations supervisor at the Meager Gas Plant. My asset is the Meager Gas Plant.
Matt Billows, the maintenance supervisor to Meager Gas Plant.
So we came up last year, wasn't as formal, made a small contribution to the sheriff's department for some communications equipment. We kind of spread that contribution out across a couple counties. We met with Eddie Smorsina earlier in November and talked about what the needs were. A couple days later, he came back and said that the sheriff's department was in need of some communications equipment. So being in the industry we're in, we understand how critical communication is, right? We don't respond to as many emergencies as the sheriff's office, but we do, occasionally have abnormal operating conditions, and we know that communication is critical and seconds matter. So when we got that request back from Eddie, we went all in and said, hey, we're gonna make a significant contribution to Rio Blanco County Sheriff's Department. Ran that up the food chain all the way to the CEO of Enterprise. They appreciate what you guys do, protecting the communities in which we operate and live in and recreate in. And we would like to present a check for $12,000 to the Sheriff's Department.
Yeah.
Thank you. There you go. All we have is a quick photo.
Yeah. Let's get in there, guys.
You guys are already on camera. Just taking the picture. There she is. Will you post? It's fine.
Okay.
All right.
Yay, thank you.
Thank you, guys. We appreciate, we know where our bread and butter comes from, the extraction companies in this county. And you guys are like one of the number one. We appreciate y'all.
Well, we appreciate you guys' support, and this is part of developing relationships. I know several years ago we did the county-wide drill. We're working towards that, so we'll be doing tabletops and drilling, and we hopefully never have an emergency, but if we do, we want to have that relationship. You understand our business, we understand you, we know you personally, and it's like clockwork when that happens. It can happen.
Thank you very much. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas to you. Thank you.
Thank you guys for coming up too.
Yep.
Appreciate that.
Okay, so that finishes up our meeting and we're going to adjourn the meeting and go in back into our budget hearing.
Yeah, you want to divvy up food real quick?
Sure.
You know, well, Matt, didn't he start in that position? Well,
The big meeting. You do not, unless you want to say good time. We're gonna get them just, I will, people downstairs, I just have one. All
right.
Okay, I need that.
Yeah, all right. Thank you.
consider plan for 2025, for the Rio Blanco County budget, CIP planning. So I'll cover the first is the Meeker, the Rio Blanco County Meeker Airport Fuel Farm. We actually budgeted money back in 2023, $750,000 for the fuel farm, based on estimates that I'd received to replace the current fuel farm. So the current fuel farm is located at Meeker Airport, is two 8,000-gallon fuel tanks and dispensers located at the kind of the south area near the terminal. Those are underground current tanks. They were placed there in 1992. They have hit their end of life. And because they're at their end of their life, although we do have a leak detection system on those tanks, and it is verifying that there are no leaks into the soil, it has become increasingly expensive. It went from an average annual cost of $3,000 a year to insure those tanks to $15,000 a year. And that's upon verification that we can prove that those tanks are not leaking. And each year the insurance company does not verify whether or not we are going to be able to extend our coverage until the week of the expiration of the coverage. So we're kind of this vulnerable state with those tanks. Those tanks, one holds AV fuel, standard aviation fuel. The other is a jet A fuel. So with that point, that kicked off the budgeting for the replacement of those fuel tanks. We were able to, or CDOT Aeronautics was advantageous in issuing us a grant for that project. And so their portion of the project issued us a $900,000 grant. It's a 50% match, so they granted us $450,000. We submitted the formal request for that grant application back in October based off their schedule for the project to be planned and kicked off in 2025. We've expended to date $18,000 on soft costs, looking at alternatives and options and helping us refine the scope of work for the project, allowing us to shift that remaining $730,000 to 2025. It's intended that 450 of that thousand will be our match for the grant, and then the remaining 300 and the remaining 280,000, right? Will help us with the additional scope of it that isn't included in the grant. So we'll have extend power out there, along with a new meter. We have to extend our data out there to allow for the credit card. There'll be some additional site improvements. We're looking at improving the road access to the fuel farm, which is going to be located. The proposed site is to be located between the large aircraft apron, which is in the yellow there, and the GA aircraft apron to the left, allowing us to utilize our back access road and doing this improvement so that we can keep the fuel tankers off of our brand new apron that is planned for 2025. And we anticipate this will help in also operations of the airport with separation of the two fuel systems, allowing most of the larger aircraft are jets that will be on the large aircraft apron, and the majority of our small aircraft, which would be on the red, which is our GA ramp, will be utilizing the AV fuel system.
What is a GA ramp? What does that mean?
General aviation.
Okay.
Along with that, within this budget is the proposed, it's about $50,000 to remove the existing tanks. Once the new tanks are in and they're certified and operational, we have 1 calendar year to then remove the existing tanks and abate any contaminated soil.
Could you recap, what's the amount that you want to look at allocating for 2025?
I would like to shift the remaining $730,625.50 to 2025 for this project. And we will utilize the additional 450,000 from the CDOT budget. to reconstruct.
So the 450 is coming out of the,
Is coming out of the
right? You
And
need,
there's no issue rolling over the CDOT funds.
We haven't been issued the CDOT funds. They're planned for issuing those to us. So we'll receive that paperwork here in February for that grant for those funds. And so they haven't yet been dispersed to us. So essentially what we did, Commissioner Gates, is we were getting ready to do this last year, and our representative with Scott Story with CDOT had called me and said, "Hey," because I presented this once a year. We present our capital improvement planning to CDOT, which includes 5 and 10-year planning for CDOT, and that's also presented to the FAA. And during that time period, I emphasized the funds that we had invested in our Meeker Airport with the new fire flow water line, and that the next thing that we were looking at doing was a field farm, that we were in need of that. And then following that meeting, Scott had contacted me directly and said, "Hey, Eric, we had I put you in for a grant with CDOT Aeronautics to help you guys out with your fuel farm." And so at that point, we held off on doing the fuel farm last year so that we could then leverage this grant in 2025 and help with the cost of that project.
good.
Do we have approval to move that forward then?
Yes, yes.
So the next project that is planned in the 2025 year is the reconstruction of the GA ramp at the Meeker Airport. This project has been included in our capital improvement planning with CDOT and the FAA for 5+ years to do this work. Actually, I think it's been on the books for well over 8 years that we knew we needed to reconstruct this ramp. The ramp is in pretty poor condition. It has a number of issues with storm runoff, and the asphalt has gotten to the point where it just needs to be redone. During this project, we intend to address those drainage issues to help better maintain the asphalt on the project and continue to extend the life of the ramp. The way this works with the funding for these style of projects is you put this in the CIP planning with the FAA and CDOT. We get distributions annually for both our Meeker and Rangeley airports, both entitlements and bill funds. We can, as a sponsor of 2 airports, we can leverage those entitlements and bill funds and use them at either airport. And so in 2022, we completed a brand new wildlife fence project at the Rangeley Airport. We utilized our entitlement and funds projects to cover that project. When we do that, there's a split there between our entitlements, our funds, FAA funding, which is considered the umbrella over the entitlements and bill. And then they have local match, and then CDOT Aeronautics match, which is for general years, it's 95% FAA funding, and then 90% FAA funding and 5% CDOT, 5% local county funding. With that being said, the last couple of years since 2022, we have thanked our FAA, our entitlements, and our bill funds to help with this project. We currently have And there's some little bit of complication with how the project is structured based on the assurances from FAA and what they pay and what they don't pay for. So with the FAA funding, that funding can be used on runways, taxiways, and ramps. The ramps the funding for the ramps are up to within 50 foot of privately owned hangars. So if it was a facility owned by, if it was a hangar owned by the county, for example, we have a hangar in Rangeley Airport, then that FAA entitlements and bill funding would apply to that piece. And that would be under that umbrella of 95% funding. But because we have privately owned hangars at the Meeker Airport, that funding stops at that 50-foot line. We've given that, it's hard to be able to dissect, especially with us having drainage issues with that GA ramp on, being able to draw that line and stop it. It is my recommendation that we look at this as a whole project and then discuss what the terms and conditions are on those with the private owners on potentially recouping costs for this GA ramp within that 50-foot connection between the hangar and the ramps. But as for planning for 2025, I believe that we really want to, given the complicated nature of the project, do the project as a whole and look at it that way for best benefit to the airport and of course Rio Blanco County, and then we can work out, you know, the details and the nitty-gritty with the owners of those hangars. With that being said, the conservative construction estimates has the FAA eligible cost at $2.4 million for that section of the aprons, the GA ramps, so it's FAA funding. We're estimating that the non-AIP eligible is $722,000 for a total project value of $3,186,300. About four to 2 years ago, I had spoke with Janae about this concern for this piece of the project and realizing that we needed to fund that. So she had set aside the $1 million in our budgets that we've carried forward since, I believe, 2023 to cover this delta on this project. So we have the money, it's been slated, it's been budgeted for this project, knowing that there's going to be a portion of it that wasn't AIP funding that needed to have funding from some bucket, which would be the counties. And then that way that we could walk into 2025 with a fully funded project to get our best dollar value for the project. I have requested from the FAA with the design of the project, there is a piece of asphalt section that we utilize for winter maintenance equipment that's between hangar. We really use that for the airport to get that included within the there is a section here on the itself, and you know, if the FAA came back and said, hey, that's a great idea and we want to fund that piece, then that was fine. But they kind of looked at me the same way I looked at the engineers and said, listen, we have this bucket of money for funding, let's get done what's needed and not look at new expansions. And so that's that piece right here that's shaded slightly different. That's not included in the project.
So Eric, what are you asking for?
86,300. $2,464,300 of those dollars are from our FAA funding. So that's in a different bucket. We need to maintain our $1 million bucket that we had allocated in 23. We moved to 2024 and continue that to 2025 for this project.
So the million is gonna take care of our part of this.
The $1 million takes care of our piece of it.
And of that piece, the parts that are in front of the private hangars, do you know how much that is?
$722,000 right now is what the
And how many,
quantity is what the engineer's estimate has it at.
how many hangars are that? Are they?
I'm gonna ballpark it, but I think we're looking at between 9 and 10 hangars, depending on if you call Lanny's maintenance shop, I think it's included that. So I think it's 10 actual privately held hangars.
Do we have any? How do we have any teeth to make them participate in this?
So in the ground leases, we do have a stipulation in the ground lease that they're required to maintain and keep up to FAA standards, that 50-foot span in front of their hangars. However, we have not had a project that in the past 20, 30 years that have affected these hangar owners in this manner.
Would it be reasonable to raise the per square foot rental on those hangars or the property to try and recoup some of this and help them out rather than to go in there and ask them for a pot of money?
So right now, currently we have one standard ground lease square footage cost of 17 cents per square foot. I know that we have one hangar renewal that's coming up in 2025. A number of the hangars is underneath our FBO contract with Colt. I don't know what the status of the remaining hangars are. I'm going to lean to our fine attorney, Mr. Donald Stearman, give his opinion.
Well, there's nothing in the lease itself that allows us to increase unilaterally, just increase the rent. There is an escalator based on it, the adjustments, inflationary adjustments. But that's really the only increase that we have. Most of the leases are fairly new, signed within the last 3 years, 3 to 5 years. So there's not that many that are going to expire on their own terms in the near future. You have 2 leases that Eric mentioning, and another one that are at the end of their lease life. We could do something with those current leases.
Well, I guess what I'm asking is, do we have any way for them to participate? Or are you suggesting that we just pay for it and move on? What are you?
I think it's important for them to participate in some way. We have a new hangar being built out there. In that new hangar ground lease, it's up to that developer to fill in that asphalt piece that's within, that 40, there's a 40-foot span for that hangar for them to then get that as a completed hangar project.
Mm-hmm.
And that's on them, and they're having to participate in the cost of that. I would say that in being equitable within the operation of our airports, that we need them to participate in this aspect of this. It should not just be solely on the taxpayers of Rio Blanco County to come to this. To what extent? I mean, there are many. I think there's many different options, from just sacking it with one bill to 10 years. I mean, a lot of these ground leases are 25. So I think there'd be options for, if they have 20 years remaining in their ground lease, to discuss with them on doing a prorated reimbursement on that. I don't think us just signing the check is appropriate or fair to all Rio Blanco County, and so I think that there needs to be some skin in the game.
I agree, and I just don't know how to get there. I don't know whether we ask them to just participate and do an amortization over the life of the asphalt or
Well, and I think that's probably where in order to get them to participate, that's all you do is you have them say, this is what we have, this is what we're willing to do on the county side. If you want the benefit of it, step up, or we're not going to run it to your neighbor.
and if we do that and somebody says no, where are we?
We don't run it to their acre. Benefit. Which is going to look bad.
And you will have a water problem.
I think at that point, there's a couple things that I'd like to know.
Okay.
One is, we're talking engineers' estimates. And much like lawyers, engineers like to cover themselves from being liable. So I find the engineers, for the most part, are very conservative in their numbers. This spring, we'll have our design complete and we'll be ready to bid this project out. I think at that point, when we bid this project out, we'll know a couple of things that we don't know currently. One is kind of a case by case of where we can actually address leaving and whether it's 50-foot, 30-foot, or 40-foot, there might be a scenario that best fits within the design of the project that allows us not to have to replace all the way up to those hangars. And we can then evaluate that. And then the second thing is we'll have real numbers at that point. Say, listen, this is the number that is what's costing us. I think at that point, then we have a lot more data to go on, and then we can then plug that into some proposed options for the board to then negotiate with these owners and find an amicable solution.
Yeah, I can see the scenario where some of them are just gonna write a check and some of them can't afford it and they'll want to work it out. A combination, I guess, but in order to move on, we are just going to prove this and then work that stuff out next year. Is that where we're headed?
That's what I would like to do. You know, we're already on the commitment. It's very important that we maintain these commitments with the FAA and CDOT on doing these projects. We're competing with all airports across the state of Colorado, including DIA and Colorado Springs and some of the larger airports for these funds. And the last thing we want to do is stumble on these projects right at the start line. And so I think it's important that we have a good steadfast in how we're going to execute on it. And then, of course, we have the element of time on the backside to then, I feel, figure out the details on it and these approaches.
What do you think?
You know, I don't like the idea of saying, yeah, we're gonna do it, and then let's just kind of see what those leases are gonna do. The other piece, and we'll talk more about this, because I'm not too keen on a 25-year lease. I know we had a conversation about a year ago. I think I did with Don on those releases, because I mean, I don't know, we can talk more about that Friday. I don't know, trying to figure it out after we already agreed to it.
Well,
Is that what you're saying?
I want the project to go forward because we've planned and we want to use the money and we
put the money aside.
Yeah, and we need to, but I also want to do it in a way that somehow we're not gonna just give these people taxpayer money I want to be able to try and recoup that somehow. And I guess that,
Needs to be done through those leases is where it needs to be done.
well, or maybe somebody, there's some of those people out there will just write us a check. Some of them won't. So we're gonna be dealing with a lot of different scenarios out there, but I guess I don't want to hold this project up on one person that, that, uh, that we may have to work with somehow.
Well, sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Well, worst case scenario, would you have to rip up the asphalt in front of said person's hangar? And couldn't you just pave around it? And then, like, if there's one individual that didn't want to participate, I understand the curb appeal and it's not going to look nice.
The drainage is in
But-
there too, so it has to fit in.
Yeah.
Are you road milling?
No, we're doing full barrel.
So, yeah, you would.
So, yeah, so the bigger part in a perfect world, we would just, I'd go out there, measure 50 foot off their hanger, chalk a line, saw cut it. And from that point on, new asphalt. And that would be awesome. And then it would be a no issue. And then what we would do is we'd start with those individual hangar owners and say, listen, this isn't up to quality. You are your ground leases to make sure that you have this up to our standards at the airport. The issue comes in like any great project. It's complicated because of we need to address the elevation issues that essentially has caused that apron to fail when it has. And with doing that, then it makes it a little more complicated on those tie-ins and how we do it. We're still in the preliminary design. I mean, you're looking at the general map of what we've looked at. Now, we have elevation shots and we have that stuff, but we haven't, it's like with any grant, there's that kickoff point where all the documents are signed and then they say, all right, county, go start your project. And so we've met with the FAA on getting a preliminary plan started. And that's really what we need when we're now looking at those elevations going, okay, we have to do some style of drainage structure here to be able to keep that water running off appropriately. And then once that water's running off, is it going into the right area? Then we can look at this 40-foot connector and how that ties together. And it, like I said, it may work for a few of them. There's some hangars to the north.
That's what I was gonna say, Eric. Can we go out there and talk to each landowner and get them to sign a letter of commitment or not? And then the ones that don't, we give that to the engineer and say, is this possible to leave this and get our drainage done?
We can definitely follow that approach with the owners of the hangars and see where that sits.
It may not be possible, but that might give us something workable that would.
Little leverage for it.
Yeah.
Yes, we could do that.
With that, I'm gonna suggest that we go with it. You guys?
Yep. All right. So I don't know if you want to join me, Wise IT director. The next project that we put in requested is for a countywide camera system. The main driver, of course, with this camera system is our Justice Center being the large makeup of our camera systems, and and that being the fact that we haven't done really anything with the system since the occupation of the Justice Center in 2016. So that system's edging on 10 years, which seems to be that time span on life on equipment with IT. Right now, we have about 81 cameras there at the Justice Center, and I think we have another roughly 45 throughout the rest of the. Yeah, 50 elsewhere. The approach on this is right now there's a particular brand, Bosch, is the one that's operating, is the server operator for the Justice Center. We have the ability to stand up our own server. We have the ability to purchase licensing for those Bosch camera systems to get on that new server. And so it's been asked of us, we put in an estimated cost for this project of $494,404. That is for the full and complete system. That's for going in, standing up new server and buying all the licenses necessary to bring those 81 Bosch cameras onto this new system. It was asked of us, is this the only way to do this project? And we've answered, no, it's definitely not the only way to do the project. It's all one bite is not it. However, we have been proposing this for 5 to 6 years. And so, that system has just gotten older and older and out of date, and we've utilized a lot of our backup equipment, so it's getting more and more pressing. We also, through the IT program, have put in a capital improvement request for doing the upgrade to our GPON system that's in this building. So during this building's design, build, and occupation, what we did was we elected to do a GPON system, which is a fiber system within the building. It has ONTs in the walls. Again, it's hitting not quite as old, but we're seeing some failures in the system, and we had put a request in for that GPON system of $336,175. So the discussion came in, one, which is priority. I would say the GPON system, because we're actively seeing failures, is the priority system. As me and Trevor discussed many times, separating this system out would have been more plausible 2 or 3 years ago. We kind of reached the point where we're seeing enough failures in the system that this one we do need to bite off. Now, with the trade-off of the camera system, I'd say they're both a top priority project, but I would say that if we get partial or some funding with the camera system, we can start doing stuff and making changes that will ensure that we're not our backs against the wall if the current system fails. It would also allow us to account for some of the requests of expansion. We've had a number of facilities like fairgrounds and stuff like that.
So the 494, I'm sorry, but the 494 would include those expansions.
Yeah, that would include the licensing, this cameras and the servers. So that would allow us, and I'm not talking like 80 cameras, but like if we need to add, a half a dozen cameras at the fairgrounds, that would account for it. And if we needed to add some more additional cameras at some of our other facilities, then it would account for it. But I mean, it's not like we're going to be able to double it. It's just here, onesie twosies, to use a term that gets around quite a bit. We can do that within that 400,000. We could also look at, the big thing is having that server up and going. So if the Bosch server dies, then we can run and get some cameras up there for the Justice Center in that worst case scenario.
None of these funds have been set aside in the budget anywhere else, but they would qualify for CCITF.
Yeah, I keep going before we decide on anything. I want to see what else they're asking for and what we got.
We did budget at one time $200,000 for the camera system. And the intent was that, I believe this was we asked for it in 2022. It was budgeted in 23. And the intent from the direction of the commissioners was take this 200,000, go out, find us a grant to double it. And then there you guys go. There's your project. There's not any real good grant models. We approached our standard ones. They said, nope, we don't like that. A lot of it comes back to it being an existing system. They want to fund new ones all day long. Going back and then, fixing or replacing or refreshing an existing system. They just won't want any part of it. So we didn't expend any of those funds, and they just didn't carry over to the 2024. I think part of that was a lapse on me. I just assumed we figured it out, and it just didn't get carried forward.
So the 200's gone.
Yeah, it just went back into the general fund and disappeared in the fine ether of general fund balance.
So if you're thinking that you want to look at anything that might be a CCITF, we can just mark it, move on to the next one, and then do all of them at one point. Do you want to do that?
Yeah,
That's what I'd
well,
like to do.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what we'd like to do.
Yeah.
Okay. Next.
Next, I'm gonna go ahead and let you drive through our, your firewall free refresh, kind of replacement, and, Sam.
We're coming up for renewal on our firewalls. They're coming up on hardware refresh times. It's been 3 or 4 years since we put this in last time. So it's time to look at grading those. Bill and I discussed this at length, and we're actually going to downgrade our firewalls because we're not seeing full utilization of our existing firewalls. So we're going to downgrade to a smaller hardware for our firewall. The benefit of that is not just going to not just cheaper upfront purchase costs, but the ongoing annual support and those kind of costs go down as well. So we're looking at downgrading. It'll actually save us money over the next 3 years by doing that. That's that 88,000 line.
And the reason we had that more expensive equipment that required more licenses was because we had more stuff going on, or did we over purchase, or?
We purchase firewalls based on what our utilization could be.
Yeah.
Because remember, we also share firewalls with the school and the.
Right.
And so, yeah, we made sure that would not slow us up and not cause any issues for any of those entities themselves. Our previous firewalls didn't have good utilization metrics for us to be able to how that would be. So over the last 3 years, we've been watching it and we don't utilize it to its full extent. So it's time to step back and get something that fits us better.
Good.
Okay, so would that qualify for CCITF or not?
It's technology.
Is it capital? Yeah, it's capital.
Okay. I marked it.
Printer replacements is next. This is our final year of our overall consolidation project for our printers. So we've got about $27,000 more of printers to purchase, and then get rid of old failing printers, and they are failing fast, by the way. At the end of it here, so it's time to get those upgraded. And then they'll match our existing fleet. And since we've done this over a 3-year project, that means when it comes to replace these again, it won't be a big fight. It'll be another 3-year project.
Which is going to start when?
Probably 2026.
And so you're asking for, that's 27,000?
We could push it, you know, if we need to. It's, the first printers were purchased 2 years ago.
And the printer refresh project is fully funded already. What's the name? Budget.
Central services.
Yeah, central services. So it's already been, the printers have already been funded and they're being funded by central services. So central services charges all those other departments for, you know, the benefit of having budgets, and
So this 27,000 is already in the budget?
it's already in the budget and it's funded through central services for 2025. So it's just continuing that on.
Okay,
So we don't have to find extra dollars anywhere.
So can we just approve? You need approval for that then? So I think we're good with that.
I'm good.
Jennifer. Yeah, let's knock that one off.
Next one is a backup server system. Now this is our tertiary backups, our third level of backups. Our old Unitrend system's old and doesn't work anymore, and we're out of support for it as of 2025. So it's time to look at a new system there. So that's 30,000 of server hardware and licensing for and storage space. Back up our server system. So we have our systems. Most of our servers are virtual, right? And we replaced that a couple of years ago. I don't know if you remember that. These servers have snapshots on that pure storage system that we refreshed last year, right? And then we also take those and we back those up to a third place just in case the worst scenario happens and
So-
all goes away.
So they're virtual. The backup is virtual.
Yep.
And the third backup is virtual
It'll be
again.
physical. That's
It'll
what
be
this is.
physical. Okay.
Yep.
That makes me a little more comfortable.
Yeah, they are actually three separate physical systems. The servers run on a physical piece of hardware, but there's 40 servers that run on it, on one piece of hardware. And then they get backed up to one, or well, a stack of pure storage systems. This gets complicated, I'm sorry.
But they're not, are they physically here?
Yes,
Okay.
they're physically here. Now,
So-
we physically separate them, by the way, in two different gates. So they
Yeah.
are they are geographic.
Right. So if we have a problem, we can just try them all. Yeah.
And this system will also be in both data centers. It'll be separate.
And then both data centers are fully backed up power and, dry agent fire suppression system.
Well, that's that one. And it's just a continuation of our backup system that's coming due next year.
And is that capital?
Chief on land, Eric already went over.
Wait 1 second, okay, so for the backup server, is that a, we're thinking about, or is that a,
It's capital, so we're gonna put it on the list.
okay.
The last one that we need to discuss is the final part of our security systems upgrades that we've been doing. We're really good at the edge. We're really good on the computers and on the servers. But there's that piece between the network that's between the computer and the firewall. Our network, our internal building network.
Use the peanut butter, peanut M&M.
Peanut M&M is chocolate. And by the way, our threat assessments this year that we did, I mean, they did say that we do have a really good, strong edge, good hard candy show. And that our systems, our detection and response on our computers and on our servers is good. And this is the last piece, the chocolate.
So that study you had done, I know you didn't want to talk about that for a while, but
Yeah.
now you can talk about it and say that
I do have those reports in, and I'm not gonna go over in a public meeting what our findings were.
Yeah.
In detail, for security reasons. I will say overall, the companies were very impressed with our systems.
And so am I with what you guys are doing, that's going to meetings in different places. You guys are ahead of the curve, and we appreciate that.
Thank you. Yeah, so this is that last piece.
How much was that?
60,000.
The G pond.
No, this is security. Yep, it's named with a bunch of acronyms.
How much was that again? 60?
Yep.
And is that is software?
It is. It's also an appliance. So there will be hardware and there will be software, and it's going to monitor our network, detect the threats, and then we'll have just like we do with our CrowdStrike right now. We'll have a security operations center that watches that for us.
Mm-hmm.
So 24/7, 365, we're going to be able to respond to if there's a threat.
Yeah. So part of that's going to be capital and part of it's not.
Right. So that's going to be ongoing.
Okay. What do you want to do there?
How much is the ongoing?
Can we split that up? Rough.
Let me find those numbers for you. broken out, so I gotta find them. $38,300 or $38,400 ongoing annual, and then the rest would be.
That would not be capital. The rest would be capital and security.
Which is about 21 to 5. Is that right? Yeah, 21.6, sorry. Okay.
We done with IT?
Yeah.
Keep on. All right. IT is done, and so we've covered airports and IT, and then so I have one CIP request for 2025. Back in 2022, I put together a 5-year plan for the White River Museum, Garrison, and Heritage Building. The phase one, which we're still on, we haven't funded, is the replacement of the Garrison roof. I have estimates. Roofers are starting to get tired of me every year asking for estimates. So the estimate is the late part of 23, but the total project that I'm asking for is $83,160 for that roof. The estimate cost is that I have from 23 is $63,000. I put a 20% escalation on it, and then I carried a 10% contingency, just as construction costs have gone through the roof. There we no pun intended. So where we stand on that, that's a historic building. It's not designated as a historic designation. We did get asked, and this is why we didn't move forward with this project initially, was can we get a grant from the Colorado State Historical Society? And the answer is no, because we'd had a previous grant, and the way they set those grants up is a one and done option. Once we've gotten the project funded, they're done. I didn't circle around to many of the other grant options out there, just because typically we have to do some type of seed money for grants. So if we get zero funded for a project, it's kind of a effort futility to go out to try to hunt after too many grants, just given the fact that most of them require a match of some sort. I do think that roof's up for replacement. It's a cedar shake roof. I had them estimated as going back with regular cedar or a synthetic look-alike shake. They both came in about the same cost. The big difference between staying with conventional cedar shake is we really would need to do a maintenance program, a yearly maintenance where we clean the shakes, repair them, and then we re-oil them to keep them up to extend the life of it.
I think that this community is very, very lucky to have a museum like that. those buildings and what's in it and stuff, and I think that we are obligated to take care of that. And I would like to see stay with Cedar Shakes, but I don't think that's feasible. I think for fire danger and longevity, I think we have to move forward. But they do a good job over there, and I think we need to, if we don't take care of that soon, we're going to lose the whole building.
I agree.
But that is also capital.
No, I was just agreeing.
Jennifer?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
The last, of course, is it just needs an approval. We, a few years back, we put together a 5-year equipment refresh plan in the broadband enterprise. We carry $120,000 in the broadband enterprise. It's fully funded by the broadband enterprise. It's a ongoing replacement of switches if we need it, OLTs, ONTs, all the great acronyms that make the broadband work.
Yeah.
It's well within our budgets, well within the enterprise revenue, and doesn't need any additional from general fund or anything like that. But I think it's essential to carry that sum forward each year and addresses the needs carried forward. That's within the enterprise budget, and we're just as a continuation of that program.
So you're just asking for that to be carried over?
Yes.
You're good with that, Jim? Yeah, we're good with that.
Yep.
That is everything, right? I think so. All right.
You guys are
So-
open, but
I don't know if you have any, Scott, you don't have any CCIT on. the capital improvement. So do you want to make your decision on the capital improvement?
Do we have a lot of other, is this it? Is this all we have for capital improvements? So you guys correct me, but I'm gonna step out there and say that I think we need to use CCITF internal for these things this year for several reasons, and one of them is so that we can give our employees a raise and maintain our budget in some fashion that we can live with next year. If we spend all of our other money on capital improvements, I think we're gonna hurt ourselves next year.
I would agree. And I think that we have to start addressing some of this. And I think that would be a good use for CCIDF.
how much do we have in CCIT?
I am waiting on the end of month, but at the end of November, Rana said 21,792,375.
We don't only have a little over $1 million, so we don't want to dip into the 20.
You got 1.7, almost 1.8.
So we're good to cover the stuff that we have here today, which is going to be roughly $1 million.
Mhm.
What does the administrator think of that?
I think that's a great idea because, I mean, it's been so long since we've invested in utilizing CCITF for internal county capital improvement funds. So I think that's a wise idea. And then we can look at it again next year and determine if you want to grant out to other agencies. That would be my suggestion.
And keep it internal.
Okay, that's unanimous. That's what we're gonna do.
Then we have Scott next to talk about roads and bridges. Yeah. Mhm.
Thanks, Eric. Thanks, Trevor.
Thank you,
Thank you,
guys.
guys.
Like it's always like talked about before, all the
Yeah,
additional,
this stuff that we talked about with Jenny.
the additional.
You You had a dream?
Keeps everybody on their subject, right?
So all asking for 18 for bridges, just to follow area code. We really don't have much that we're carrying over. I do have $169,000 basically for SRS funds that we're gonna carry over into next year for, County Road 4, the Burke Bridge. Need to do design, possibly some right of way through there, so we carried that over. And for the landfill, we did one capital improvement, basically for 100.
Can I back you up just a second? The Burke Bridge, you've got money set aside for engineering and stuff.
Yes, sir.
Do we have anything set aside for construction? Anything at all? Nothing.
We gotta wait and see how everything comes back on all of our bridge inspections, which after yesterday's fiasco, the state realized that they still have all of our bridge inspections that they did this year, so they're trying to get them out to us quickly. So we've got to wait for it to fall into the poor category before we start going for grants on that.
Okay.
So I would like to, right now, the way we have it set up, we do have 2 bridges that we could possibly be doing next year, which is going to be all we can handle. After you might pull her hair up, we're done with that one. We don't know if we're getting the grant for 17, and we're still working on 77. We have the $1 million on County Road 77, which is basically just a pass through for that grant if we get it. Right? It's there.
This morning.
17, we're supposed to hear on that any day.
Yes, we're supposed to hear before Thanksgiving.
So
We have not gotten an answer yet.
what are we doing for matching money on 17?
We did put some money aside for that.
So we have that in the budget.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
The only other thing that we had that we were going to try to carry over was 25,000 for locks at the fairgrounds. Because we're going to do locks and possibly fire system upgrades over there.
Eric promised me that he would have the RFP out on Friday. Don't follow up with it.
So it might happen this year, but if not, we just carry it over. Okay. You guys good with that?
Yeah, that's all
Yeah.
we have.
Landfill, money for.
The 100,000 for concrete and shack at the landfill. We're putting concrete in one of the buildings, and then we're building a shack for our backup generator that we're putting out there.
And that's enterprise fund coming out of enterprise, so it doesn't affect our general.
And so tell me about the scale house. Will it have like, I mean, are we gonna look at like an entrance on one side and an exit on another
We didn't have that this year.
for 2025?
Makes sense that we would try and improve on
I'm
that.
wondering
We could.
how long would it take to get an estimate of what that would cost? I mean, you've got revenues at solid waste landfill, which would,
It would cover it.
yes, would more than likely cover it. So is that something that you look at doing, or is it, I mean, for 2025? Are you expecting anything to change with your contracts in 2025, your revenues?
We're actually looking at it to go up a little bit.
Not that we're planning on. I know some of our special permits and fees have gone up quite a bit there. Just,
Because we're bringing
yes, because we brought in more during third quarter, so our costs for special permits and fees through CDPHE went up quite a bit that quarter. And I don't think we had, again, I'm guessing, but because we had done so much on building out of the cell,
I think it we're envisioning a slightly less chaotic year.
Yeah.
Before we jump into another big project.
So we just last week finished up, so. And got it totally done and. Somebody is doing everything to finalize it all, but leak fluid, we got everything back and we're good.
So
We just got that finished.
I guess, could you look at doing that in 2025? I mean, with that, but I don't know what other projects you have going on, so I don't know.
Yale House.
Yeah, like it's kind of like the ingress and outgress and.
Good. I would like to do it in the winter. Preferably just because trying to do it in the middle of all the trucks coming in is gonna destroy us, but if we could do it like November. December, go through.
Of 2025.
Week one.
Yeah, this probably is not the right venue, but I'd like to talk to you about that a little bit.
I kind of left it off because we had possibly quite a few projects.
I totally, no, I
Yeah, but-
totally understand. You don't want to.
You've got some people under you that are pretty good hands.
I like her laugh.
They take a mental break, right? I think that's it for us.
Everything else first?
It's yours.
No, you weren't as expensive as the last one.
No.
Take it.
I like that.
We'll know more after we get all of our raises.
The only other one that we went through was Jane's. We went through all of her stuff. There was no changes on anything after our last meeting.
So but we're not passing her up. We're still gonna talk to her about.
Well, I mean, now might be the good time to talk to
Yeah.
her about her
Oh,
little
no,
critters.
yeah, I see.
Thanks, little critters.
We put everything in her budget originally on all cricket.
And can you just refresh me in my memory what that entails? Are we gonna do the same as we did last year? Are you increasing any? Is it less? Where are we at?
I already have a bunch of bait left over from the last purchase.
Crickets this year weren't as bad, were they?
No, they were kind of really at first because of the little bitty ones, but once we started spraying and then hitting them where they were going back and forth across the road, I think it messed them up. And
That's experience.
after probably the middle of August, middle third week of August, I didn't hear of hardly any. Richard Ott had some, but they were over across the road on a piece he traded to Colorado, and there were some up on Buffalo Horn across the hill for Crawford Place. But yeah, Yellow Jacket still had some. But they weren't as bad as they were
Yeah.
last year. And I'm hoping that they moved up enough and
Well, do you think that,
aren't gonna be so many babies next year.
do you contribute that to getting after them?
I think so, because I think once with the plane spraying and then when we started hitting them migrating just that paths where they were going across the road. I think that made a big difference. Cause then they go a little ways and then the other ones would turn around and go back. That were getting to the part that got sprayed. And I think that made a difference. Cause even out Park Lakes and Harvey Seaton stuff, they had some and they had some come in late, but then they just kind of turned around and left.
So I'm sorry, but we're good on crickets for next year, you feel, for spraying and everything, or is the conservation district gonna?
Yes, they're still gonna do, we have a meeting next week. They are still going to do spraying, but since, they said the county wasn't gonna match. Cause we're gonna, so anyway, they're gonna handle the spraying, but it'll be a 50% cost share with the landowner.
Yeah, and I understand that wasn't because of us saying we weren't, they just didn't ask us for it.
Okay. But I didn't know, like, oh, we kind of talked about it, so.
Yeah. Yeah,
But
I'm,
I think maybe they just thought that would be easier and take less.
Yeah.
Less out of my time and. I think they're gonna run, I mean, I can still sell the bait and the spray chemical. But I think they're gonna handle all the invoicing.
very good.
And we did decide on a different cost on what we were selling it for too.
Yes, the first bag is 50% off and then it's full price.
Good. Did that make a difference on how much? That's why you have some left this year?
Yeah, well, and then by the time we didn't get that second 4 pallets until the end of June. And that was kind of when they started settling down. So I've got 4 full pallets and about 1/4 of a pallet in my shop, and there's a full pallet and a pallet missing 1 or 2 bags in Rangeley. Everybody's set for the start early spring.
Yeah, we don't have to wait to get.
Good.
Won't have to be scrambling as bad.
I honestly think her spraying along the roads like she did really help. I mean, it definitely helped on strawberry or we were
Yeah.
chip sealing and everything. It really helped keep them off the road.
Strawberry, so we did strawberry, we did 15 and 48 for our main. We didn't do anything on 30 because the Division of Wildlife didn't want
Yeah,
to spray them, so we cruised through there just to see where they were at.
good job on it.
But it's pretty much 7:15 and 48.
Yeah,
And we did a little bit Rangeley, but they weren't.
Yeah.
But they're wild down there.
Took care of a lot of that south spraying. The outskirts.
yeah, and they
to
did
keep
that
them-
they did that by hand or whatever. They didn't use an airplane. Or
Yeah, and that was easier because, without the plane, you could get closer.
right,
You don't have to drift.
yeah.
They were in town at Rangeley, I saw them. But
Yeah, they were on the airport road when we were out there doing that little experiment. I would have a heck of a time up there, like. Oh, good me.
Well, good job. I don't want to talk about that too much because you never know what's going to happen next year.
I know.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Okay. And everything got fixed with my budget?
Not your budget, you're talking about your fund balance. I think she was one of the transfers that needed to happen.
Yeah.
So that wasn't your budget, but that threw me a minute. It's like, what's wrong with your budget? But then it's like, your actual fund balance, there was a transfer that needed to be made and I moved it to that. So you should be good.
Budget's good. You just don't have any money.
You must have money because you have checks left.
Oh,
That works. Okay, so we've got 3 people. Oh, yes, you. Come on up.
you.
You. Come on up, Brian.
He's important. You do this.
He is.
I'm for capital next year, I'm asking for the 1.3. The big purchases on that are gonna be,
And this is in your budget book. We had already included that in the budget book.
Yep, this is all, nothing's changed. The big purchase that I'm really looking for will be 1 additional plow truck and 1 additional water truck. And then some smaller stuff here and there, but those are the 2 big ones. Currently, I still have leftover from this year, roughly 900,000 in capital. And in the general fleet budget, I have about 400,000 left. So, yeah. Any questions?
No, good job for keeping the cost down.
there are a few small line items that did go over, very slightly over budget. Repairs and maintenance. But I mean, we're talking $1,000, but overall, the grand total is still 400,000 on the bottom line.
So basically, what we're looking at is just to make sure this was one of those ones that we want to, that we had mentioned, you wanted to look at your budget as you were going forward. So the 1.3 plow truck and the water, and 1.3 for the plow truck and the water truck. He's got funds. It was in your budget. It's already been calculated in there. We just wanted to make sure that we're good moving forward. It was one of the ones you had a question on. And you wanted to wait till after we got down further into the budget process. We did, you guys, one of the first ones that we had done, so.
So convince me we need a plow truck.
The majority of the fleet, majority of the plow fleet right now is getting, they're all about between 5,000 and 7,000 hours. So they're kind of all at that age where they're getting old. I don't really have any really young trucks. So I want to get a younger one in there.
Are they spread out? Or did you buy them all at once?
They're kind of spread out, but I mean, like I said, they're kind of all in that hour range. So they're kind of all aged the same. So, I mean, even some of them are older in years, but hours they're all there. So they're all starting to hit the emission systems are all starting to kind of hit that those hours where they start failing, which isn't a massive deal, but it's definitely a cost.
Can you tell me what mileage that is?
Anywhere between 5 and 7 mileage.
Yeah.
Anywhere between 100 and 150,000. And it depends.
Yeah, that's not much for a truck.
No, but you're correct. You're correct. That's just where we start seeing more of the little stuff. Engine and tranny, knock on wood, keep going ages, but that's where we start seeing more downtime. Just small failures, small components, especially emissions.
Yeah.
Is it enough to kill the truck? No, but it's definitely downtime, which is what I try to avoid when if we have a massive storm and we need everything on the road. Then
Have you ever looked at, the leasing, like that Unified company? That they do leasing on the larger equipment, not just vehicle, the cars and trucks, but.
yeah, I did quite a bit earlier in the summer. I mean, financially, it would be for the county. They're there to make money. I don't think it's the way to go financially.
Okay.
Reliability, it might be the way to go. And it might be the way to go if we were a bigger county with a bigger fleet, but I didn't like what they had on.
He has been looking for a water truck that we could actually use more than just as a water truck too. So he put a lot of effort in the research and all that to trying to find a vehicle that would be multi-purpose just versus just buying a straight water truck that we need when we need it, then it's sitting there. So
Well, don't you have trucks now that you change the stuff out on the back of them from
Exactly. Yes, there's trucks. We take the dump body off and we can
Right.
use as a
sander or whatever?
And that's exactly what we're doing, what we're looking at with a water truck. Is outfitting one of the current trucks so that we can just buy the tank, put the tank on in the summer, take the tank off and turn it into a plow. But ultimately I would still like to purchase one big full official water truck, that we are lacking in water trucks.
What are you doing now?
With water trucks.
Yeah. Why do we need one more? Is there one that's failing?
The one at Columbine Park is completely dead. It hasn't moved in ages. In fact, it's growing beans and whatnot, but,
So why do we have it?
because I haven't gotten rid of it yet. But, it's ancient. I don't even know how old it is, but there's no parts available for it. So they don't even have one. The one at the fairgrounds is probably pretty dang close to being outdated, unrepairable. It's still running, but it's pretty ancient. You wouldn't want to take it out on the road.
Okay.
So I'm looking at moving everything through and, we need another one.
I could give you numbers in a report and whatnot if you like it, but it's my opinion that we definitely need to add at least one to the fleet.
And you're gonna get rid of the old one?
Yeah,
That one out at Columbine, I mean, you're not gonna get much, it's an old one.
yeah, yes, that's, yeah.
Um, so you're wanting to do a plow truck and a water truck, or you wanting to do a
That's what-
plow truck that you can convert to
Well,
a
that's,
water truck?
I haven't decided that yet. That's what I'm still gathering numbers and information on.
Because if you could do that, that would save us a bunch of money.
Exactly. And that's kind of the goal. That's what I'm hoping to do. But I don't have all the information gathered yet.
The problem I was running into when I was looking at them is that tank size isn't anywhere near what our current water trucks are, which hinder us for main season horribly. He said he's done a lot more research on it than I am.
Yeah, and I need to have more conversations. But yeah, so ultimately I'm hoping to not spend anywhere near what I have budgeted for those two items.
But you, I mean, from all the stuff that you've been doing, it seems like you're coming in under,
Yeah, for sure.
or your trade's a bit high enough.
Well, I'm okay with that, Ram, but I'd like to see you, when you put a budget out, that you, instead of putting a bunch of money out and then trying to come under, I'd rather you give us more exact numbers about what you're doing and what, I mean, it's like budgeting $500,000 and then giving us back 100 every year. That means that somehow your budget's not where it should be. You should budget for what you're going to use and not.
Well, I kind of disagree because it's such an unsure world now with,
I agree with that, but that's why we have contingencies.
well, that's, I guess that's what I'm doing then, is I'm building in a contingency into the dollar value of the equipment. So I'm asking for quite a bit for the plow truck, knowing pretty strongly that it's gonna come in under that.
Okay.
Um,
Okay.
I feel that's the safe way to go.
Good.
Good deal.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
Thank you.
Okay, commissioners. What do you want next?
You're the one running the show.
Okay, let's take, Michaela, I think yours will be pretty quick, if you just had your.
I just didn't know if you wanted me to stay for the FTE or what, or do you want me to talk about that later?
That's one of the ones, the FTE, is not that's part of that grant that you had requested earlier, is that?
Yes.
That's, okay,
So we need to add the 201,350 for this year to my budget. And then the FTE. And
The FTE is in the personnel table, so it's just pulled over into the budget right now.
Thank you, guys.
So it is there.
So the FTE that we approved earlier with the grant.
I put it in this weekend. It's, if you guys would say no, then we just go to zero in the budget that's all pulled together instead of we pull in a personnel.
so it's basically you've approved the grant, so now we need the FTE or, for some reason,
Well, the grant pretty much tells us we have to have an FTE.
yes.
So we
We don't have a
we
choice.
give you the nod and go ahead.
Yes,
Okay, you have the nod.
we have the audit. You're good. Thanks. That.
for lunch too.
Thank you.
Say, Carmen, yours kind of in the same situation.
She has a grant for it? Oh.
No, not quite. Come on up, Carmen.
It's just the position that you guys had tabled. We did give confirmation. Take that payment. Wages. If they did Colorado work.
So based off of what you've heard earlier, cover the wages, do you think that would be just for this year or, I mean, because if they're cutting funding,
Well, and part of that position that you're asking for is also TANF, and right now they're starting to dip in TANF reserves. And really what's gonna start happening is even though we don't spend our TANF money, it's gonna go to another county. And then that's when that 1/6 starts coming in. So once they send down their reserves is when, then that's when it's gonna start being county dollars. So, you know, the state can say, yes, we'll cover it 100% for this year, because I think that that's pretty much what they said with two of those programs. But that's 1 year. And kind of like what we were saying with Michaela, then you only advertise because we only have it for the next 2 years. You can't guarantee that the other part to add on that you're wanting with this trio. It's really 3 different positions or 3 different job tasks.
Yeah.
That is with CDEC and that CCAP money. And the feds are coming down on the state and withholding money now. Not withholding, they're decreasing the amount what they're giving with that. So
And the state is already $1 billion in the hole. So
Now remind me, this position, it's not you already have someone as a part-time person, or are they full-time right now? This is a brand new, brand new. Okay.
but the state can't guarantee us money beyond the 1 year.
Yeah, and we're always understaffed. That's what we do. For like at the tip, we usually have. And for the county, we are usually pretty.
I guess what I get nervous about is adding on somebody when we just heard that here in the next year or two, well, 2026 is when they predict that 1/6 of being county only dollars, because even though we understand again, just gonna start going to another county. I mean, that's what they're essentially gonna do to us.
If we deny this person, is it going to affect the good job you've done through the years?
Because we have to, find other providers and stuff, help support. That's why I kind of, because then you have somebody that.
Yeah, I guess the only thing that in all the years that I've been in Rio Blanco, we have not been able to find providers. Nobody wants to work for the state providing daycare. They just don't. That's the bottom line. And so I really struggle with how this person is going to be able to do that and finding those providers, because that's really essentially their job. So let's say in a year, they've not produced any more providers, and here we have this position ongoing.
Mm-hmm.
That's my struggle, because that's just how Rio Blanco County has been since I started here in 2013.
And
Never been able to.
So correct me if I'm wrong, but the scenario is that we've got a mother or a family out there that babysits a couple of kids or 2 or 3 kids, and you're wanting to get them to jump up and do all of these regulations and take on more kids. And the problem is those families are not willing to take that jump.
Yeah, it's not really take on more kids, maybe become licensed. In that scenario, it would be licensed. They are right. You're only allowed so many children.
Right. And that's what I mean. To get above that to where they could make money doesn't make sense because of all of the stuff they have to do to get to there. that's gonna be a big jump and a big ask for a lot of those. I mean, that's the reason they're not doing it now, right?
Yeah.
So what is this
Well,
person?
and they don't know all the information. They would actually go up and help us.
Or do we do the same thing as we're doing with Michaela's and we do a 1 year, that's all this job is gonna be and kind of see if it produces anything? I mean, I don't know. I'm just throwing out that idea.
I mean, if the families aren't even wanting to do it now, then what's the point? I know from like childcare, trying or being involved in meetings and trying to get childcare set up, the cost and all the regulations and restrictions you have to go through, nobody in their right mind would want to do it. Kind of like being a police officer in Colorado right now. It's like, why would you want to do that? So I don't know. I don't know if it's even, is it worth the investment?
Well, at the most right now, wouldn't want to do any more than a year, and I don't know if you can fill a position with somebody like that.
We have it built in as a full-time position now with the 3 pieces put together. Would you be interested at all in breaking it up, like the Colorado or in a part? Are you interested in that at all?
Well, again, I've asked for the numbers over and over again of the percentage of how much is the state paying and then how much is the county paying. I know part of it, you had said that there was this grant that you were receiving, but that's for only 2 of the programs, not all 3, correct? Or just one of the programs.
It's not for eligibility, that's for. It's being.
Oh, that's not even that part of this. So what are those numbers of state versus county?
What state had said in our meeting that we had is that they would cover the time spent in that program. So they would initiate what we're doing now, right? And they would cover those wages, bring that to within that.
The two of those,
Yes, so they would have to like just clock it in and out and make sure that
and then that other program would be county only dollars.
we already have that. Program. There's not much to do in leaving. I'll be with that application. And, from November to April. So they would just be doing that. We get the money for the whole year, but that's a peak. November.
And there's admin dollars in that. And how much of that?
Right now, we currently have, I believe we had 3,000.
And you're predicting that there's not going to be any county only dollars.
Not from what I have, asked them over and over, they're not doing, they just have to make sure they're watching.
So it's still not guaranteed. I mean, there could be county only dollars.
There could be, I mean.
And that's what it's coming down to with any program in human services. Because admin, I mean, they did fund us additionally in admin, but that's going to go away pretty soon too, which is part of that 1/6.
So direction commissioners.
I'm hesitant because of the more that the state is putting on us, and I'm hesitant to expand our program to something that is going to obligate us more.
Well, there's nothing worse than hiring somebody for a year and then being like, all right, you're done.
Well, that's hard to do.
Yeah.
Really hard to do.
I'm just nervous right now with what I heard at the, at CCI. I just, especially with human services and the amount of money that is going to come out of our county only funds. I mean, that's the hard reality for all of us across the state, not just Rio Blanco.
So I'm hearing a no on that position.
I'm afraid so.
Yeah, I think once we see what they start doing with TANF reserves and I would just encourage you, Carmen, to really go to CCI and sit in those WAC and CWAC meetings. 'Cause that's where all of us commissioners were sitting there with our mouths dropped on, because we didn't know. And some of these commissioners have been sitting on this for years and they were even stunned at the numbers that were thrown at them by the state. Because we've got some hard times coming ahead of us and you guys have to provide those services regardless. I mean, you guys do a wonderful job. You really do. We've got some tough decisions and this is one that's tough that we'd like to approve, or I would, but future wise, I just don't know what could or couldn't be produced with that.
Next is Linda. Because Jane, you're on. Linda, come on up. Commissioners, you should have a spreadsheet. Since there's a blue spreadsheet underneath. That is what, yep, that's it. Linda did cut down a lot on her budgeted funds, reducing a lot. The earlier at the last meeting that when we were discussing the FTEs, the commissioners had, I believe, tentatively approved your position. Well, I think maybe it was a conversation that you had, but also that position that you were asking for, that be in Rangeland primarily and only Meeker secondarily, in that split. And just making sure that is what actually happens.
Yeah, he's been actually down in Rangeley a lot already. That. And boy, I'm probably gonna lose it if I talk again. During the summer, obviously that could change during fair time and stuff like that. But she lives in Rangeley and she's the kind of person that I would trust if there's some work while she's there. So as long as there's some flexibility in times where we have a big event in Meeker that we need to have, you know, like recognition night and we have these big events, then we really need it. But I have no problem with that. And I think the thing that I would like to see is definite office hours. So that she can, you know, around what the community needs. Yes. And then for your events, as long as it's noticed up to those families that, you know, you're setting up for the fair, you're setting up for an event night, that be. And the special events are usually in the evenings, but yeah, we have several Facebook pages down there that we post things in. And we have a list of emails for all the parents and we can just copy that.
I just don't want it to be a situation where, because there's maybe an event coming up, that person is spending their time up here.
No, I don't, no. No, that's not the intent at all. And then, I don't know, is Laura's okay? So we haven't come up with a number of hours yet. I haven't really nailed that down with her, but she doesn't want insurance at all. She has a handicapped child and she has some kind of insurance arrangement because of the handicapped child. And she can't take another insurance or it screws all that up. So.
So they can decline insurance easily.
Okay.
And still be full-time.
Okay.
It's optional.
Okay.
We just budget for.
We have to budget.
Yeah,
for the pool.
because we're not budgeting on a person, we're budgeting on a position.
Okay, all right. So on the FTEs, even if we went to, I did this at 36 hours. We're still under the FTEs that we were with when I started. We're not going over our FTE. And we're also under 16 hours of what we started. So we're actually still decreasing the, hours and the FTEs. So, anyway, just to see what's out. So ever since I've been here, my philosophy has always been spend as little as you can during the year so you have money for big purchases at the end of the year. That's how we got our computers. That's how we outfitted and arranged the office. Because when I got here, arranged the office had enough. They had, I microwave for him. They didn't have, a big screen TV or a really decent computer or anything like that. And I wanted to get it right away. And so, we just bought that out of our budget money. And we put in the TV. I wanted everything we had. I wanted to have the exact copy. And that's when we started having our council meetings and stuff. All, we could talk to each other, and it really helped build a lot of sense of community between the two clubs and then between the two ends of the community. And it was really going well. Just a few things to do to kind of really build that reason. I don't know why, but it was really going well. And so I did that for a couple of years in a row. I kept buying stuff for down there to spruce up that office. Actually, if Michelle's going to be down there, I want to buy a microwave and maybe she can use fish up in the shop, I guess. But it's. I'm going to go down there next week and we're going to look into ways we can make a little bit. But she's willing to do this. I just don't know if it's going to be 32 hours, 36 hours, or 40 hours. Now we're gonna do that.
And Laura, what do you have it budgeted for? 40?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So, like I said, I don't know with her child, I don't know what. I just assumed when I was doing it, she was going to want to work 40 hours and then anyway, by doing that and saying, don't buy a lot of supplies during the year, be penny pinching and all that stuff, and then buying this big stuff, but kind of what it ended up doing is, we did have a lot of money at the end of the year. So this year we bought our big stuff, but instead of getting the chair I really wanted, I got one about half price that was sort of what I wanted. And I got, Tanya a new chair, not Tanya, Michelle a new chair, and I got a new chair for down it was, and, so we just stepped down our expectations. We got what we needed, but we didn't get the Cadillacs. So we saved up some money on what we were buying. We got good stuff that's going to last. We got a new lateral file. We got, the furniture and the stuff that we needed. But we probably spent half as much as we intended to. So we ended up the year, there's going to be at least 2,000 left in the budget. I haven't run the numbers as of the end of November. I don't know if that runs through yet. I couldn't through November yet. 30th. It wasn't through November 30th. Okay, I'll run that too. So not sure. There could be another 2,000 in there. I'm just not sure. The last day we spent. I did exactly. I think I did find it.
But Linda, that's not the way that you should be doing a budget.
I'm not just spending that person.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that if you want a chair for the outfit in Rangeley or whatever, you budget it and you buy it.
Yeah.
You don't get a bucket of money and spend it as you want to through the year. That's not budgeting. You need to budget for what you're going to spend the money on and spend it for that.
I haven't budgeted all year. I had the chairs budgeted all year. I have them printed out, picked out, budgeted all year. I knew exactly what I was going to spend. I just didn't want to spend it on office supplies that we're going to need, but we weren't out of them. So I made sure I had the money for them.
You wouldn't have had to buy
Like if you need staples, you could still buy a chair without buying the staples.
Well, I could have bought this chair in June, it's just that, then I just, this looks so, I don't know, it's how I do things. I save my money until I could pay cash or something. This is the same thing that I do there. I save my money until I'm sure I could spend this without hurting the rest of my money in the bank. But it is budgeted in my mind because I have it written out. I want 3 chairs that I need because
I understand that, but a budget, for a budget to work theoretically the way that it is supposed to, you should have zero left at the end of the year. You should budget what you're gonna need and spend what you have it budgeted for.
Yeah, and when I did that, I had all of this, there was a lot of stuff I wanted, and I put it all down there and I zeroed it out. And then Vicky and I were discussing that, and then I think the comment was made, I was just spending money for the heck of it.
Well, that's what it looks like when you do it that way.
Well, I didn't zero it out though. I went back and I said, okay, if it's not gonna be zeroed out, then when I can get rid of it. I went back and I just deleted against the stuff I was gonna buy, so it wouldn't look like I was just spending it to get rid of it. I spent exactly what I needed to buy, exactly what I needed.
Okay.
Okay. So now I saved over $2,000 and probably more, closer to $3,000 that'll be left over in the budget.
Thank you.
That was my intent, was to save some money, not to spend it. To zero it out.
Okay.
Well, I think that to Doug's comment, and he said this with, we've already said this with other people too. You budget, and then if it's 3 chairs that you need, then you wait and find the time that those chairs are on sale. You don't have to wait till the end of the year. You purchase them now and say, okay, I'm still within my budget. I've got this expense. I'm gonna go ahead and spend it now.
And I bought them on Black Friday. Sitting in my chair at home. I bought them on Black Friday, so I could save money on everything.
And it's not a Cadillac. That's another thing. You know, they didn't get to hide that.
No, but it's a nice chair. It's got everything I want on it. You know, the chair I wanted was, twice that much. I didn't need it. I didn't need that. So I bought it on sale. I bought a totally functional chair and everything's fine. And I didn't want to just spend down the money and I could have easily spent that other $2,000.
No, we appreciate that. What do we have to, on this year's budget? What are we
So,
doing?
on this year's budget, then I knocked some other things down. I know that you weren't thrilled about my having up the purchase services, so I dropped that $1,000. And overall, I'm reducing my ask from 2004. The 2005 budget is actually $5,292 less than last year because we have already purchased all the big things that we need now. We have the chairs, we have the computers, we have all that other stuff. And I'm not looking forward to next year having to buy those things. So what we have in the budget should buy our office supplies. So I do not have in my plan or my budget anything to buy any big items.
So we only need that supplies to be 3,000 then. Not 4,000. Right, Miss Vicky?
That's a question. So the supplies increased by $1,000. Under what? And it was
Okay,
2024.
Supplies went up by 1,000 and purchase services went down by 1,000 because those are the 2 accounts that when I tried supplies are this supply free. But purchase services are really supposed to be limited to certain purchases, like when I have people come here to the county or I go to another county to help with programs. And so sometimes towards the end of the year, then those accounts get a little more purchase services ends up getting charged for supplies, and they shouldn't. So I moved that money down to supplies, so we could buy them in a place that made more sense.
Now, let me ask you, you had said in an email that one of the reasons why you needed, this was previous to this budget, but one of the reasons you had requested an increase, and I thought it was to your supplies budget, is because CSU
was travel.
They cut their budget of what, I thought it was.
No, they don't contribute anything to our supplies. They do contribute, they were paying all of our money to go over to CSU for the annual meeting. They cover our travel, the hotel, all our meals, everything. Now they're only covering the money for our hotels and our meals. I think the hotel. They cut what they're covering for our various conferences. So there's certain conferences we are expected to go to. Western Region 1 and the one in Fort Collins. If we do not have enough money to do that, we can apply for some help. And so we're gonna mine is 300. 310. Okay. So I upped that account from 2125 to $2,800. And that covers both me and Tanya. And for the annual report, it also, they invite Tanya Inga every year, and she attends like every other year, maybe. She either goes, not usually to Fort Collins, but usually to the Western Region office, where she can then meet the other admin people that are on the West Slope that she converses with and meets with. So, that's the three of us going to Western admin and the two of us going to, Fort Collins. And then, Tanya has other ones that they're associated with storage. I don't go to too much other than that. And if we need to, we'll ask for, travel grants. So I took the big increase that I had in there and I took it out because you didn't want it in there.
Okay, where are we at here?
Well, I guess the only question is, so of course, salaries are going to increase. So the sheet that you have in front of you does not include the salary increase that went across the board at the COLA.
Right.
So, but all things being equal, look at that, all things being equal. The budget the adopted budget in 2024 was 121,654. This one is 116,361, if that's the correct.
The 4,000 in supplies, I would like to back that off to 3. And my reasoning is that you have 2,000 left this year. And if we just back that off to 3, like you spent last year there, then we should be good.
I would agree with that.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Other than that, I guess I'm good with it. You guys?
Yep.
That is it. So with that, we can finalize, I think, the budget unless there's anything else. Is there anything else you want to revisit? That was all the questions that you had originally said is, you wanted to come back to it after we looked at everything.
And I forgot to ask while Carmen and Michaela were both here. Did they budget for that training, tuition, education in their budget? I don't remember seeing that, but
It is.
It is in the training budget.
I don't know about Michaela's, but I put money in your department's budget. Yeah,
for the tuition reimbursement and training. Okay. We need to check and make sure Michaela's does too, if she's, because those are the 4 we looked at today.
And Carmen needs it in hers because she's got to get that done. Soon.
And we gotta wait for Natalie too, so they both.
Yeah.
Thank you, Linda.
Thank you very much.
Get better.
I think I checked on this already, but put in workstation costs for
You're doing what?
your costs for your positions, what we lose in, right?
I did. And there should be a little note off to the side. I think I put it in, purchase services. And there should be a little note that says, 3,000 for your supporting employee or something like that. Except for Michaela's, actually.
Okay, so Michaela's
That
one
one
we
that
need to
you
check.
approved today, I don't have the 3,000 in it. For new employee workstation.
You should coop that out of that grant funding for Trevor.
Yes, that's the plan.
They can pay while they can.
But they got money.
It was budget.
Yeah, I'll just buy one separately, that way the invoice. Really.
Good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Where are we at, Vicky?
That's it.
No.
Yeah. No, serious. I mean, you guys have worked through it.
No.
We did it.
Okay.
Good job.
Let's
Good
start
job.
on page 1 of your budget book that you had before you.
Oh, gosh, please.
You want to go down that road, we'll go down that road.
You don't have to go down there.
So Lisa and I, as you look at that budget book, there's not errors in it. I'm just gonna say there's like some formatting things. There's some graphs that we may take out. Lisa is working to put like the detail in it that says, due to this increase, this is what's going on and that kind of thing. So those things we will be finalizing, right, so they'll be ready to roll by Thursday. And then we'll change the meeting date, meeting time to 1 o'clock. And then really all you will be doing is adopting the budget, and then you'll do the resolutions that are typical on there. And then, that's pretty much it. Now, the only other caveat to that is someone could submit in writing up until 5 o'clock on Wednesday night if they have an objection to the budget, if they have, so they'll
Tomorrow.
tomorrow night. And at which point you can look at it and you'll, I would expect that all 3 of you would come to the BOCC email, or we'll have it by mail, because postal. So we'll have Chrissy check them out. But if you get an email, you'll review that and decide whether that is something that you want to discuss and change. If that is something you want to discuss and change, we only have a short period of time on Thursday morning to make that change and make associated offsets with it, whatever that may be. So just, you're not approving the budget today. So if you see something, or if a constituent wants to ask a question about that, I don't want the, $10 to go to this widget, then you can consider that. And then you don't have to read those at the meeting. You'll just review them and decide whether you want to make any changes.
I'm looking at revenues budgeted 2025. Is that correct that we are 1 million more in revenues?
You were looking in the budget book itself.
Yep.
Page are you on?
Revenues by source, 28. Looks like budgeted 2029 was 29 million and this year is 30.
While she does that, I'm gonna run to the restroom real quick.
I was extended for you. The first one I said, but I kept looking over it. Why?
I just want to ask a couple of questions.
Why waited? I couldn't say that we were both gonna crack up.
Okay. 28. Okay, Deb, where are you looking at?
I am looking at on page 28,
Okay.
or again on 31, the same figures.
operating revenues and expenditures.
Total at the bottom. In 23, it was 33 million. 24, 29, and now we're at 30 and 25. But more to the point, I wanted to talk about expenses. Budgeted historical expenses. So if I'm going to look at total expenses for the whole county,
Total is 38, where the revenue is only 30.
yeah,
Is that what you're talking about?
yeah, that's what I'm getting at. I'm wanting an overall picture here, and I'm trying to figure out where I'm going to get that. So it looks like the revenues are at 30 and the expenditures are at 38. Am I wrong?
No, I'm fine. But if you look. Number there. Okay. Then the total revenue. Yeah, that's the budget for 24.
So what's the difference between an object and a department?
The object is the financial statement line item, basically. So salary, supplies, purchase services, things like that.
Utilities, encompassing all departments.
Yeah, and if you look at it it'll include all departments. If
So-
you look at the general fund, then if you look at object, it doesn't break it out by department. It just tells you overall.
Of the supplies, utilities,
Yeah.
depreciation. Okay.
So on page 35, it walks through what those differences are that have been, the differences in the increases from 2024. Are you looking at page 35?
Yes, we're on 35.
Okay, so the general fund, 13,335,359, increased to 15,521 to 17.
Okay.
Laura, what's the total amount of the personnel increase? Can you get, what's that?
About 12%. I believe.
What we computer into.
Yeah.
Capital expenditure decrease. And I don't, what is it? No, road and bridge. EHS is 15%.
That's what I was getting at when we were talking about Department of Human Services. Their budget went up 20%.
And I can tell you, like for human services, when I put in for their training, weeks ago, I put in 30,000. And if you guys cap it at 5,000, then it's. You went above for Carmen and we getting actually.
Yeah, can,
The approximate 15,000 a year.
can,
Stepped in
can
there.
we still fix that?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's,
So that's 800 plus.
And I just one other, just in case somebody else comes forward and wants to or needs to, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like I would just,
Well, or we have to replace, because, you know,
Right.
one, we're still advertising for a caseworker, and we have to do another
Right.
waiver.
Yeah.
Just got a.
So a little over.
application too for my caseworker.
Well, yeah, that's the one that we got. Potentially one other, so.
Oh, I knew that. Okay,
Yeah.
yeah, that one.
That's a coming around.
Yeah.
It's official.
It's official now.
It's, which she normally could.
I'm just looking at the, if that matches.
Right. Well, and anybody, I mean,
Well, like
if we can help out, it would be nice.
That's expenditures, right?
yes,
4.7.
this is expenditures by fund, but our total, well, that's. See the total for all of them. Which, you know, that,
Yeah.
whether you do it by fund or department or whatever, it still comes out of
Bottom number,
numbers.
yeah. But Lisa, correct me if I'm wrong, your bottom number, your overall total with all the funds for the fiscal year 2025 budgeted, that includes all the carryover funding and all that, correct?
So if you, it's all the expenditures for the year is what it is. And some of those funds do dip into fund balance.
Yeah, that's my point. Our fund balance is going to suffer greatly next year because we're spending a lot of stuff next year that we don't have the money coming in,
You have the revenue, yeah.
the revenue coming in. That's my point. And whether that's, you know, I apparently that's stuff that we have been counting on and building the money up to spend it down.
Yeah, a lot of that, your capital projects
Yeah.
or something. You guys have historically been good about rolling money over
Yeah.
in fund balance from year to year so that you're building up reserves
Right.
for those capital projects. You want to be careful when you're covering operating expenses dipping into fund balance.
Right.
And some of the deficit also comes from not budgeting those unknown revenues. So you don't know exactly how much you're going to get for pills, the severance taxes.
Yeah.
You know, budget for every year, and then they go through
Right.
or they get budgeted into the next year, which
She asked you a question or something online. I saw something pop across.
Okay.
Here. Those are from Marianne earlier, so I'm not sure what happened.
Oh, good. Okay. You have any more?
I don't.
Pursuant to Colorado budget law, it will be balanced.
yes,
Yes?
yes.
Yes.
Yeah, it's just that, you know, my point was that we're spending money that we've been saving up for to spend, and we're just gonna spend a lot of it next year. Our fund balances are going to go down. And hopefully we'll get a bunch of capital taken care of.
And then in lieu of, yeah, things do go really south, you still got some strong assets there to get you through the next. I mean, Rio Blanco has been one of those counties historically, has been boom or bust. And those swings. Now, whether, you never know, whenever the swing is up, it's all great and good. When it starts going down, we're never sure if it's going to stop. So we're hoping that that continues.
Yeah,
Okay.
for sure.
The new administration. Oh, baby drill.
And Laura said my raise next year is contingent upon both not being in Rio Blanco. Good luck. Good luck.
Yeah, yeah. I wouldn't go out and spend a bunch of money.
I'm not gonna spend any money.
No.
Okay, I think we're done for today.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.